Alright, let's get back into it then. What class do I want to be? What class? I'm kind of... Hey, Patinga, how you doing? I kind of want to keep going as samurai. We won't switch games until we get another Moon Mommy or Daddy. You forbid it. Looks like I'm playing Final Fantasy XIV for a long time then. You're good? Good. Oh wait, no, they're not in here, are they? They're in the dock outside. I've still got a bit of stuff that I can trade here as well. This is not a very efficient way of doing this. But that does get us kinda close, actually. I just still need 3... I need, like, stuff that's worth about $2,000. I think I've already gotten rid of most of the, like, shit. Is kind of an issue, though. I mean, I could sell those. Those would just end up getting used for my thingy. Blue Mage at this point. I guess we'll wait. We'll hold off on that for now. How am I doing today? I am doing a bit better now. I've already been streaming for an hour and basically did nothing. Because I'm having to kind of work myself back into a good enough mood for stuff. But yeah, I'm not doing too bad right now. I reminded you of the great loss of Moon Mommy last stream. That's true. I crushed Misty's hopes and dreams about Moon Mommy. My bad. I had hoped to steal a moment's rest after our little outing, but it would seem duty calls. A foreign emissary arrived in my absence. Do not let us keep you, then. Actually, I was wondering if you might join me. I cannot think of a guest who could fail to be impressed by the presence of the Scions. At least, none I should be happy to receive. Of course, if you think it will be useful. Thank you. Let's return to my manor, then. Who's the guest? Is it related to the Alliance? In which case it could be Nanamo, the Elder Seedseer, or Blowhifswin, Admiral. I hope it's voiced. Lise!
Lise, what brings you here?
Oh, Alliance business. We have a request for Doma. Well, Heian. But that can wait. They told me you were out searching for Alphino. Did you manage to pick up his trail? Well, if he wasn't at the crash site, he might still have escaped. We have to keep searching.
And we will. Alphino embarked on this journey as an emissary of Doma, and I hold myself responsible for his safe return. I will have our shinobi in the provinces search for him as a matter of urgency. Chin up, Alize. You'll get to admonish your brother for his recklessness yet.
Well, someone has to do it.
Oh. You sound so tired.
I'm sure he's going to be fine. There is one thing I'm not sure about, though. You said it was the Emperor's personal guard that attacked Alphino's airship. But the Popularis would never have been able to arrange the prisoner exchange without Varus's blessing. So why would he sabotage his own mission?
They may not have been acting on Varus's orders. The guard answer not only to him, but to his family, the Crown Prince included.
When Yotsuyu summoned Tsukuyomi, Asahi was quick to proclaim that a Dorman citizen had violated the terms of our agreement, that the negotiations had failed. And it is this version of events that is now being repeated across Garlemald. To hear the tale, one would think the prisoner exchange never took place. Plainly, someone is manipulating matters from the shadows. Most likely Zenos, or whoever it is that wears his face.
Whichever Ascian you mean. We all know the nature of our adversary.
The servants of chaos are true to their name. Their meddling has cost Doma a chance at peace. Whoever it was that loosed his personal guard, the Emperor cannot be ignorant of these developments. We must proceed on the assumption that our treaty is indeed in tatters.
Shit, I'm still dressed
But
in the
come,
BDSM
yes,
gear.
You have journeyed far. Let me hear your petition.
Right. So the big news is that Ala Mhigo has agreed to join the Eorzean alliance.
Sweet.
To make it official and discuss where we all go from here, the leaders of the 5 nations are planning to hold a meeting, and we were hoping you might come too. We've already seen what we can achieve when we work together, and the Alliance hopes to work even more closely in future. They think it's our best hope of keeping the Garleans in check, and I agree.
As do I. By coordinating our efforts in the east and west, we may be able to discourage them from committing their forces to a single front. I accept your invitation. I must, however, ask for time to attend to some pressing matters here. In light of recent events, the risk of imperial reprisals is greater than ever, and I would not leave Doma unguarded. Ere I depart, I must shore up her defenses.
Understood. I'll let the Alliance know. We'll wait to hear from you before setting a date. The meeting's to be held at the Royal Palace in Ala Mhigo, incidentally. Do you remember the way?
Well enough. Please assure my hosts that I will not keep them waiting any longer than I have to.
Consider it done. And thank you for agreeing to come. If we all put our heads together, we're sure to find the best way forward. For everyone.
Not doing a bad job as a leader there. Alright, let's change out of kinky into side boob. Just different kinky. My advisors and I will presently convene to discuss the matter of Doma's defences. You're welcome to stay, of course. Had you not offered, I would have requested leave to remain. Where the Ascians are concerned, naught may be left to chance. As ever, we would benefit from your experience. I thank you for coming, Lise, even if it was on official business. I'd hoped there might be time to show you the land you helped save, but I'll settle for a fleeting visit if needs must. There never does seem to be enough time for anything, does there? But I did get to see a little of the Enclave. You've made excellent progress, I must say. And soon you'll have the chance to see how we're getting on too. Till the meeting, then. After, I was wondering if I might have a word with you before I go. In private? Go on, my friend. I'll send for Hokuro and the others in the meantime. At least no nips out, that's true. Great. I'll wait for you at the docks. God knows, though, that with the modding scene that there is for Final Fantasy XIV, there probably is a version of this where nipples are out. Thanks for coming. Knowing you, you've probably guessed what I wanted to talk about. Alize. She's acting as if everything's alright, but it's clear she's barely coping. I know that feeling! The Alize I know is overbearing, willful, and reckless, and that's fine. It's how she deals with being weak. She has to keep moving, or she's afraid she'll fall apart. A lot like me. But the thing about people like us is we need someone to keep an eye on us. I had Papalimo, and now I have my friends in the Resistance. And Alize has you and the Scions. Before you start, I'm not saying you're neglecting her. I'm sure you aren't. And I'm sure you won't. She's a good friend. And when I see her like this, I can't help worrying. So please, make sure you give her all the support she needs, alright? Leave it to me. Thank you. It goes without saying, but if there's anything I can do, you only need to ask. Well, I'd best be off. See you in Ala Mhigo. Yeah, when we get there, prepare a room full of plush toys. Because we're going to just create a cuddle pile with Alize, like, directly in the middle. If she can breathe without struggling, there's not enough plush toys and people piled on top. Okay, you need that deep pressure cuddles. Or is it just me that is desperate for cuddles? Probably is. Ah, there you are, my friend. Everyone is assembled, so let us begin. Cuddle pile, activate.
If we are to
Yugiri?
ready ourselves for invasion, we shall need manpower, provisions, and time, all of which are in notably short supply.
Candid as ever, Yugiri, and correct, I concede. Fortunately, I have an idea. "'Tis plain no single nation can stand against the might of the Empire. And it was only with the aid of others that Doma succeeded in winning her freedom. So, I mean to take a leaf out of our Eorzean friends' book and form an alliance of our own."
Okay. With whom?
In addition to those with whom we already share an understanding, I would reach out to Hingashi and Suinosato, and further afield to the myriad peoples of Nangsha and Dalmasca. I am under no illusion. Not all will answer the call. Yet disparate though we may be, we are united in our desire for freedom. If our neighbors could be made to see what is at stake, Asian machinations and all, cooperation need not be so far-fetched a notion.
It may even seem practical. Under the guidance of our former leader, Master Louis Soir, we once strove to unite the fractured city-states of Eorzea. I dare say that experience shall be of use in your endeavor.
We should be glad of your wisdom.
For the record, I would have been in favor of this plan even if it hadn't been my grandfather's, but I have to ask, how will we secure the time to carry it out? Not that anyone has forgotten, but the Garleans have airships. Lots and lots of airships. Should they catch wind of our plan, they could send an armada to overwhelm us before our alliance had even begun to take shape.
Good point.
Not if we deny them access to the skies.
Eh?
During our time in the Burn, the Warrior of Light and I chanced upon some Allagan ruins.
Oh?
As such ruins go, they were not particularly unusual, but something about the surrounding land struck me as odd. Faint though it was, its ethereal residue was uncannily similar to that of Aziz La. Identical, in fact. For locations so far removed to share a single etheric signature is all but impossible. I conclude, therefore, that the Allagans created the floating continent with land taken from the Burn.
While that is a most intriguing theory, I fail to see what relevance it has to Doma's defense.
Aziz La was enclosed in a powerful energy barrier, impenetrable even to an Agrius-class battleship. It occurred to me that those ruins may have enjoyed similar protection. I have no proof, but the Warrior of Light did report seeing a structure resembling other known Allagan field generators.
All right. But even if we could put up such an energy barrier, it surely wouldn't extend beyond the limits of the Burn. So what's to stop the Garleans flying around it?
Nothing.
Fuel. The Dalmascan capital, Rabanasta, was a key imperial refueling point in the east. By laying waste to it as a lesson to the rest, the Empire greatly hindered its own operations in the region. If an imperial fleet were to advance upon Doma, it would now have little choice but to travel, as the crow flies, over the Burn.
I see.
A word of caution. Even assuming the generator still functions, raising a barrier of such a scale will require a prodigious amount of energy. And few places are so bereft of suitable crystals as the burn.
That's probably why it
Source of energy.
became the burn.
Tell me, did the Allagans make a habit of launching things into the sky?
A curious question. Besides Aziz's Law, I know of only one other notable instance. The Red Moon Dalamud, whose fall triggered the calamity.
Just the 2 occasions, you say? Then I believe I may have a solution to our energy problem.
You do?
I may. To find out for sure, we would need to visit the Azim Steppe.
I swear to God,
Which
it's the
would, I
Dawn
now
Throne.
see, present the perfect opportunity to discuss an alliance with the Zayla tribes. How very neat. What say you then? Shall we see whither this road leads?
If the Dawn Throne starts lifting up like Sanctuary in Borderlands. It is settled then. I'll journey to the Azim Steppe with the Scions. Yugiri and Hakuro, I leave our other neighbors to you. My apologies, but I won't be joining you. I'm no etherologist, and what skills I do possess are unlikely to be of any great use to the mission. But more importantly, it seems to me that the ruins and the burn want intention. And so, while you're away securing an energy source, I'll engage our friends at Garlean Ironworks to undertake a complete overhaul of the field generators. We'll need them in good working order if our plans to succeed. I trust there's no objections? Have care in the burn. Have care on the steppe. From what I hear, the Zayla like fighting with friends almost as much as foes. Good luck. Just the 3 of us then. Very well. Shall we first make for reunion? Hello. So, this is the Azim Steppe. The tales do not do it justice. Do you think the view is impressive here? Wait until we reach higher ground. Actually, seeing as it's your first visit, permit me to show you my favourite spot. Back up on the ridge that we first found you on? Looks like it, yeah.
I will never tire of this vista. The endless fields, the boundless skies. 'Tis a sight to make a man forget his cares.
But not his purpose, I trust. Might this be a fitting moment to tell us what we are doing here?
Of course. During my time with the mole, I learned some few myths of this land. One goes thus. In the distant past, when all seemed doomed, a wayfaring soul came unto the steppe. Venturing into the northern crag, he received of Nama a sliver of her essence, a shard of the shining moon, and with it clove the tainted land from the earth. The end thus averted, to these fields did the wayfaring soul return, and venturing once more into the northern crag, he buried the shard, and made unto the heavens an offering of blood.
A tainted land cloven from the earth and an offering of blood to the heavens. Azizlar and Dalamud.
That was my thinking, yes.
And you believe that yonder mountains hide an artifact possessed of sufficient power to raise Azizlar up to the heavens? I suppose that might suffice.
Worth a closer look, would you say?
I would.
Quit flirting, you two. If you're gonna flirt with anyone, it should be the hot bunny stood right next to you. From here, we shall travel to Mol Ilo. There we may ask Serena about the particulars of the myth, and raise the matter of an alliance with the rulers of the steppe. Good fucking luck with that. Trying to get these guys to have an alliance with each other is impossible. After. I'm glad of your visit and the opportunity to welcome a new friend. How may we serve you? There's a matter I would discuss with the Mol. It concerns not only the people of the steppe, but of every land in the Far East. A shard of the shining moon left behind by a wayfaring soul. And you need this to protect our lands? I do. My friends and I wish to find the shard and ascertain the extent of its power. Will you tell me more of the place where it lies buried, this northern crag? Well, it sounds like it's to the north, you fucking dimwit. If that's your wish, in the mountains to the north, there is a cavern called the House of the Crooked Coin. Inside this cavern are pillars of stone that legend holds to be the source of Nama's power. There, I believe, you'll find what you seek. Yes, I know the place. There's a brisk walk from here. What are your thoughts on an alliance? Should the Empire return, our lands will be engulfed in a storm of conflict whether we will it or no. If we do not stand together, we will fall apart. This I believe with all my heart. However... Among the tribes of the steppe, there are those who revere Nama above all else. To them, the pillars are sacred, and not to be disturbed. Should you proceed as you propose, such tribes are like to spurn an alliance, prompting others to follow their example. That is my concern. But it is by no means certain that the pillars will provide the power you seek. Ere you risk the ire of the followers of Nama, might you not first visit the House of the Crooked Coin? If all is as you hope, we may then consider how best to earn their blessing. Thank you for your counsel. We'll do as you suggest. I have no desire to give offence to those with whom I would join hand. Thank you for your understanding. Though the Mol may reign over the steppe today, this decision will shape the days to come, and we would not force others into war against their will. Nor we. 100-fold stronger are they who choose to fight of their own accord. Okay, I've got some bits that I can give to the Doman Enclave. Seems the time has come to put my skills to use. Pray, lead the way to the House of the Crooked Coin. Come on. There we go. Surprise, surprise, it's up in the north, the area that we basically never needed to go to. Real quick, let me just murder these for some experience. Have I seen the Dark Souls parodies? The ones from... is it Dan Shesman? I've seen some of them. I think, isn't he doing like Dark Eldering? Is the one that he's currently working on, I think. But yeah, I've watched most, if not all, of those, and find them quite funny. I also remember there was the one animation, I think it was Happy Souls, where it was a duo going through, but it was kind of treated like it was Mario, because they had like an overworld map like it was Mario. That was good.
Such an abundance of ether.
Are we in luck?
We are. This is an Allagan artifact, most likely built to regulate the flow of ether. I strongly suspect the ancients used it to stem the flow from here to the burn. That would explain how they were able to untether what became Azys La from its surroundings.
And it's been building up energy ever since.
But were we to throw open the floodgates, the resultant deluge would surely be sufficient to raise our wall. And in restoring the flow, we may also restore life to the wasteland.
Doesn't this also disprove the Emperor's belief that it was primals? Draining the land of ether that caused the burn to become
What is it?
the burn?
While the device itself harbors a surfeit of ether, the opposite is true of the surrounding area. An effect of regulation, perhaps. A similar phenomenon seemed to be occurring in Doma. Whatever the explanation, the answer will not reveal itself here. We have seen what we needed to see. Let us return to Mol Illo.
Mol Illo. Okay, not Ilo. I feel like that's the first time that's actually been voiced. Oh, hey. More experience. Whee! She is a nice looking star. Yeah. It kind of reminds me of the Stone Diggers staff from Elden Ring, and then with like some feathery filigree at the top. But yeah, it's not bad. I think her next staff is better though. But she's a white mage, or at least that's what she's based off of. So yeah, she can have some interesting stuff. I can't really show off what other stuff I've got for my white mage at the minute. You found out what you seek then. Great indeed is the Dusk Mother's power. If naught less will suffice to protect our lands, the blessing of the other tribes must now be sought. Of course, but to which tribes should we appeal? There are many who worship Nama, but none are so fervent in their faith as the Dothal. Their consent shall be the key. Magni. Dothal. Lee spoke of them. A warlike tribe possessed of unique customs and beliefs. I sense their cooperation will not be easily won. Nay, but it will be well worth the effort. The Dothal fear nothing, death least of all, and our alliance would be greatly strengthened by their presence. Let us go to Dothal Ka and treat with their Khatun, Sadhu. Oh, okay, no, the Dothal are the ones that believe in people being reincarnated. Or at least their souls being reincarnated. Who are the ones that live on the Dawn Throne, then, with Magni? Are they the ones starting with B? I don't know, it's been a little bit. And my memory's not the best. I want to say Bakugan, but I know it's not that. With B, you say it has to be a bish. I legitimately don't remember. Where's one of them that I can see what it says? Oranir. Oranir, okay. So it wasn't B at all. Shit. Okay. Oranir. Clearly I was thinking of Boromir. Does that save it? Does that save it? Does that make it better? You again? Other matters demand our time, Kagan. Unless it's battle you seek. Alas not. Quite the opposite, in fact. Talking, always talking. You say the pillars hold great power? Of course they do. They are the source of Nama's strength. To the Dothal, no place is more sacred. We will make ash of any who would defile it. I see this is not your wish. You see the wisdom of our proposition, then. You will join hands with us? I said nothing of joining hands. You wish to wield Nama's power to defend these lands, and this I will allow. But for leaving the steppe to fight the men in iron, I would have something in return. Namely battle with you, Kagan. The Nardum ended ere it began. I would face you again, alone, without distractions. Defeat me, prove yourself the stronger, and you shall have the Dothal as your allies. Surely these are agreeable terms? Well, this is not wholly unexpected, though I had assumed I would be the one required to fight. Alas, the cartoon has made her choice. Shall we dance? It shall be a battle the steppe shall not soon forget. Already my soul burns brighter. Prepare yourself, Hagan, and await me outside the car. I will gather my witnesses and join you anon. Okay, so I get to try and beat the shit out of my friend. Why not? It sounds perfect. Let's do it. Damn, girl.
Yes! This spot shall serve as well as any. I shall enjoy this Han.
Is this truly necessary? Have you no peaceable way of making decisions?
Speak not of peace. You stand before proud warriors of the Dathal. In the heat of battle do our souls burn brightest. We lay low the strong that we may rise higher. That is our way. The way of might. There is no other.
Oh, they do not want for conviction.
Indeed. It's what makes them such dangerous enemies, and such useful allies.
Enough talk! It is time to fight!
Let's do it. Okay, what do I have for level 70? I should basically still have everything. I don't think it's going to matter looking at how quickly her health is melting. Which is a shame, because she's kind of an interesting fight. Okay, it's not over. Ah, she's going Super Saiyan. Causes damage. Oh wait, no, that's to me. That's the effect that I did to her. Fighting you is pure bliss. She's getting off on this. She's ready for another round. Usually I need it. Oh, hello, guys. Usually I need at least half an hour. Do not tell me this is all you have. I've beaten you 3 times.
In death do our souls sing! In death do our souls sing!
Yeah. Okay, I think this is the last light that she has, judging by the burning soul counter. My arms grow heavy, my eyes dim. There's vomit on my sweater already. Wait, no, she now has 10? She's doing a meteor? Oh, shit!
In death do our souls sing!
Oh, Lord, it's coming! Oh, Lord! There we go.
Yes! Yes! Not since the Nardum has my soul burned so! Come! We have only just begun!
Enough! You were not granted leave to set the steppe ablaze.
Well, well, the sun has come out to play.
Be gone, Moonstruck Oranir! I am busy!
Fool of a Dothal! Have you forgotten the face of your master already? The sun will never set! From his seat on high, he reigns over all, now and forever. Yet what should he find here but a battle to determine the fate of the steppe? A battle waged without his blessing. This will not stand. You, Doman! You who come to petition the warriors of this land, forget that all Nama's children are wards of the Oranir. As first among my brothers, your petition is mine alone to judge.
These words are as wind from a horse's backside. Plentiful, but your axe sings more sweetly. Let her speak for you.
Insolent child. You will learn your place!
Forgive me, Brother Magnai, but we have an arrangement with the Dothal. We will not abide any interruptions.
So be it. The sun will pass judgment on all. Didakul, join me.
This guy looks like he's about to pull out the most powerful bunkai ever. Never mind, he's gonna punch me.
The sun is in good company. We may dance alone.
Beg not for mercy, for you will have none. Bear witness to the power and the glory of Azim!
Constantly at each other's throats like rabid dogs. Gods, I'm turning into her. I have not the patience for this, but if we must fight, let us at least be brief. Come.
Oh, okay. Sure, I'm a healer now. Hey, Stola. Perhaps I should focus this guy. Okay, no, you want me to focus on Magna. Although, of course you do. That I was not targeting the right one. Okay, well I can still put arrow on Dideful. So White Mage is doing damage too. Yeah. I was a White Mage main. Before I started this character. And to be fair, when I started this character as well, I was... White Mage was the thing that I started with, I think? Wasn't it? For this part? The thing with White Mage is it can do some damage, but you basically have like 3 attacks. You have a damage over time, you have a normal attack, and you have an AoE. Later on, you get like a couple of bigger AoEs. But you either have to build up a gauge in order to use them, or you can only use one every 30 seconds. And it's a combination of healing and damage. So basically, White Mage is probably the simplest of the healing classes.
Bow down before me.
In 14. Oh, I ran out of stamina. You'd start as Black Mage. Black Mage to me. Okay, well I guess. Oh, hello. What are you doing?
Let us be about it.
Oh, good job. Oh, we've been home ganged. Black Mage is... It's one of those classes that if you get into it, there isn't another class quite like it. but also
Aoife, to me.
because it's so different from how all the other classes operate.
Have at you.
It's a bit weird. And starting off, it's very slow. What strength, what grace! Oh no, is he gonna fall for Stola?
Never have I felt such bliss in defeat. 'Twas a battle to burn soul and flesh to ash. We Dothal will lend you our strength as promised. Narma's power is yours to wield.
Good, good.
What does the sun say to that?
The sun is not driven by base motives such as yours. But they have been judged and found worthy.
Again.
It is the way of the Oranir to accord recognition and respect to the strong. You have made sufficient proof of your strength. The sun shall answer your call.
Nice.
You have our thanks. We are glad to call you allies.
You? By what are you called?
Y'shtola, why?
Are you my Nama?
I beg your pardon?
In battle, you shone with all the majesty of the full moon's light. Your healing touch, the embodiment of the Dusk Mother's love. Long had I wondered if my Nama might not be a woman of the steppe. Beholding you, I am all but certain.
He's horny for them cat girls. It's the first one he's probably seen.
Now, look into my eyes. Could it be? Could you be?
I am. Not interested, little son. Try again when you've become a man.
Damn!
Little?
Your stole is clearly a dom, huh?
Little son! Little son! Does it pain you, little son? Crave you salve to soothe the ache? Fire to sear the wound in your heart?
Straight back to fighting.
We have wasted enough time here. Siren awaits for word of our success.
Oh, sweet. It teleported us straight back here. You had not only to contend with Sardu, but Magnai too! Such a fierce battle that must have been. Yet here you stand, triumphant. Having passed such a test, they could not well deny you their allegiance. The Mall will make no such demands. Weak though we are, we will gladly stand with you. The steppe is our home, and we will defend it with all our being. You have my heartfelt thanks. Of all the tribes of the steppe, there is none I would rather have at my side. God's willing, many more will rally to our cause. I shall send you word when we have answers from the other tribes. I cannot thank you enough, Serena. None of this would have been possible without you. So yeah, Black Mage is very, very different, because basically you don't manage magic MP in the same way, because stuff like the White Mage and all the other casters, they generally will use up mana, and then when they run out, they have quite limited options in order to get it back. Most often it being lucid dreaming, which is like a mana regeneration effect. And then some, like Astro as a healer has a skill that they can use that gives them some mana back. And they can use that every 30 seconds, 60 seconds. Same kind of thing for Scholar. It has a similar thing that it can use every 60 seconds on top of lucid dreaming. Don't think White Mage really has one though, but White Mage has a buff that it can use to make something cost nothing, that cost no MP. Whereas Black Mage, depending on which element you're using out of fire or ice, builds up stacks of that element. And then those stacks have a passive effect. So the more stacks of fire you have, the higher the MP cost of casting spells is, but the more damage they do as well. And the more stacks of ice you have, every time you cast an ice spell, it will give you back mana. So basically you spend mana with fire and build mana like a gauge instead of like a more traditional mana. And that's basically the way that you manage combat, is trying to make sure that you, when you do run out, it's not a question of trying to not run out of mana, it's a question of when you run out of mana, switching to the other part of your rotation that gets it all back as quickly as possible, whilst doing damage. So yeah, it's a very different way of thinking about playing a caster compared to all the other casters. We have the requisite consent. 'Tis time to put Narma's power to use. If the ether flows as planned, all that remains is to have the Ironworks engineers do their work at the ruins. Come, let us return to the House of the Crooked Coin. When you run out of mana, you hit the enemy with your staff. I mean, you can do that, yes. But you'll probably only do, like, 1 damage each hit. But yes, there are auto attacks. It's like, if I back this guy, 10 damage. Okay. 15. Ooh, crit. But then if I use like fire, 5,600. And if I cast fire again, because I've now got all the stacks, that nearly doubled the amount. But then if I use Blizzard, you can see that I've got basically no mana, but then if I use another Blizzard, I'm back up to full. So it's potentially easier for some people to do Black Mage because you don't have to worry about tracking your mana as carefully as any of the other classes, but at the same time you have to have an idea of what's going on in order to switch to the right part of your rotation. I shall begin at once. You may wish to step back. Sounds like there's going to be something to going on with Nier with that music. To be honest, this structure kind of looks like it could be out of Nier as well, but Nier 1.
Did it work?
It did. Ether may flow freely to the burn once more.
Do not pretend to understand what you did, Yoshida. But you did it. Thanks to you and Arthur, of course, we've taken a momentous step towards securing our defenses. Now, as much as I believe a rest is in order, we should probably make haste back to the Enclave. Agreed. The others may already have returned from their missions. I would know how things stand. As would I. Without further ado, then. I should probably check my retainers, huh? Whilst we're here. Speaking of Nier, she's using some of the armor from the Nier Alliance raids, which are in the next expansion, that I very much so look forward to doing, because both I've never done them. That's the first of the content that I have never done. And also because there's some really good glam from it. Ooh, Gil. Ooh, $500,000. I think I must have sold one of my crossed halberds. Yeah, got those from Eureka. Pargos, I believe. Pargos lockboxes. They don't sell very often, but when they sell, they're decent, because they're pretty rare, even from the lockboxes. And I think it's the only way to get them. Okay, so if I do that, that's 1,200. Okay, so we've still got a bit of a ways to go. Of about another 2,000, like 1,800. Although, apparently, there's been progress in the rebuilding effort. Oh yeah, it looks a lot better now. I see fish and persimmons. Okay, do I not need to speak to anyone? Okay. My bad, I thought I'd need to speak to someone here. Okay. We just got that little cutscene to say that they're doing good, I guess. Judging by your triumphant expressions, I take it all went well on the Azim Steppe. Indeed. We've secured a sizable source of energy for the barrier. Good. Tatara and I have commissioned Garlean Ironworks to ensure that the field generators function as they should. A team of engineers stand ready to set out for the burn at a moment's notice. You need only say the word. Thank you for engaging their services on our behalf. The minutiae of the arrangement you may leave to me. Which just leaves the small matter of our alliance. So, Yugiri and Hakuro, how fared you with our neighbours? My lord, all of the factions we approached are in agreement that the Empire poses a threat, and many responded positively to talk of an alliance. From Hingashi and Suino Sato, however, we received outright rejections. The former will not break its treaty with the Empire, and the latter will not involve itself in conflict. Just as we expected, then. Well, there's naught to be done about it. We must focus on the rest. To each of the nations that were amenable to an alliance, I will personally send a missive. Once I've attended to that, I believe we will have done everything we can to fortify Doma's defences. For the time being, at least. All of which means I may leave for the meeting in Ala Mhigo with a lighter heart. Yugiri, Hakuro, if you'd be so kind as to hold the fort in my absence. My friends! Could not have achieved so much in so little time without your help. For that, I give you my heartfelt thanks. Till the meeting, then. I took the liberty of asking Thancred to attend as well. He should have arrived in the Ala Mhigan quarter by now. Let us not keep him waiting, shall we? Ala Mhigo. If you think that Black Mage looks fun, I'd recommend giving 14 a try if you haven't already. Black Mage is one of those ones that I think until you unlock the 3 abilities, Blizzard and Fire 3, which is in once you're level 35, until you reach that point, they're a bit annoying. But once you have that spell, it becomes a lot more enjoyable. Can I look out? just kind of having my horse mount this thing right now. So, like, how about a small amount? You're not a fan of a sub-based game. The free trial lasts up until basically the point I'm at right now. It includes the first 2 expansions. Can I get a small amount? That'll do. Okay, so what about pray? No. Look? No. I can't look out. What could they want? Pray, rally, joy, happy, pay respects, cheer. Right. Because there's some stuff you can do whilst flying. What do you need for this? Hold on. Ala Mhigan water sightseeing. Okay, so there's... Hold on, what the fuck? Okay, it's reloaded. Where I'm at 36... 33, that would be that one, which is... You fuck up. So you can have there's two ways that you can do it. You can either have a free trial of 30 days where you have access this, so that would be if you'd bought the game and then did like everything, so you'd have access to whatever you did and you just get a 30 days of free subscription. But there's also a free trial up to level 70, which includes everything up to the expansion that we're in now. And that's all free. You don't have to pay anything, and you can play it as long as you want, as much as you want. But obviously, you're only getting so much content, and there are things that you can't do on free trial, like you can't use the market boards for selling and buying things between players, and you can't create or invite people to parties, but you can get invited to one. I also don't think you can have retainers. But I might be wrong about that. But you can still do, like, the majority of the game. Y'shtola has told me all, and I duly told Eorzean and Kryl. Kryl, in particular, was concerned about Alphino, but I assured her that everything that can be done is being done. She agreed to continue with her own tasks for the time being on the condition that I contact her the moment there's any development. So that leaves 4 of us to attend the council. Arenvald is here to assist with security. Incidentally, though, the poor lad seems altogether too distracted for the task. Another one missing Alphino, I suspect. But it's almost time. As soon as you're ready, present yourself to the guardsmen at the palace entrance. I shan't be far behind. Ah, the sign of the 7th Dawn. Welcome to Ala Mhigo. The Alliance leaders have already arrived. Several cutscenes shall play. Luckily, they should all be voiced. Hi, guys.
Mistress Lys, Commander Aldin, it gives me great pleasure to formally welcome the city-state of Ala Mhigo to the Eorzean Alliance.
The pleasure is ours, Your Grace. I know I speak for all Ala Mhigans when I say that we are glad of this chance to stand with our comrades of the Alliance.
And we for our part are glad indeed to be able to welcome friends both old and new.
Lord Hien of Doma, at your service. Pray, accept my heartfelt thanks for your generous invitation.
Nay, 'tis we who must thank you for journeying so far. And 'twould be remiss of me not to acknowledge the part the Scions of the 7th Dawn have played in bringing all of us together. In times of great unrest, you and yours have been our constant companions, without whom we would not be here.
With apologies to Lord Hien and Mistress Alize, it occurs to me that we have not gathered in this way since that fateful day in Uldar.
The day I lost my arm and my freedom. As I lay in my cell, never did I dream that I would one day be given the chance to represent my homeland at this council. I would not even be alive had you not plucked me from the jaws of death. You, Yugiri, and Alphino. Would that the lad could be with us.
I too owe my presence here to Alphino, in so many ways. Until such time as he returns, I mean to carry on his good work as best I can.
Come, friends. Let us leave the past in the past and turn our eyes to the future. My Lord Hien, pray, tell us how things stand in the east.
Having heard the rumors of dissent in Garlean Empire, I dared to dream of a peaceable solution.
The Empire will not so easily change its ways. If the Garleans have a mind to take back Doma and Ala Mhigo, we'll be hard-pressed to stop them, even with the might of 6 nations. But while we lack the strength to fight the tide, a course may yet present itself, if we read the winds aright.
The winds suggest but one course to me. One which leads from the sea unto the river and thence to the source of all our woes.
The Ascians.
Indeed. All here have felt their blighted touch. It was the bringers of chaos who nurtured the Archbishop's tyrannical ambitions. They who bestowed upon him the secrets of summoning, as they have so many others before and since. And while they remain, we shall know no peace.
Our objective is clear. The question is how to achieve it. That our enemy parades about in Zenos' skin poses problems in itself, but ere we get to them, how are we to infiltrate the Empire and get close enough to strike?
While I see the wisdom in targeting the Ascians, an assassination attempt on Garlean soil would do little to aid our cause, even were it to succeed. It's time we used our enemy's preferred tactic: subterfuge.
You have an idea?
Speak your mind, Master Thancred. None here know the enemy better than the Scions, and you mayhap best of all.
It was a little bit like
Whatever
a
it is you
backhanded
propose, we
compliment.
will give it fair hearing. On that you have my word.
Very well, Admiral. My proposal is thus. We dispatch the shinobi to Imperial territory. There, they sow the rumor that the Crown Prince perished in the battle for Ala Mhigo, and that the man parading around is in fact a corpse inhabited by a servant of darkness.
I mean, that is one of the things that
Well,
is part of
does have
espionage.
a ring of truth about it. And were the Garleans to learn that their future ruler is a puppet, the Empire would be shaken to the core.
But at the risk of sounding stupid, would they actually believe such an unlikely story? I didn't.
Ordinarily not. But prior to his miraculous recovery, rumors of Zenos' death had already begun to circulate around the Empire. Ultimately, however, what the masses believe is not our chief concern. Our true objective is to create an opening for rival factions within Garlemald to exploit.
Just as a war of succession erupted in the wake of Emperor Solus's death.
A war which raged until but recently, plunging the Imperial house into disarray as nephew and uncle grappled for the throne. It is no coincidence that one of Varus's first acts as Emperor was to name Zenos heir apparent, family feuds being so tiresome when armies are involved. Not all welcomed his choice of successor, however. There is no shortage of individuals who aspire to the throne, who would jump at any chance to seize power. The news that Zenos is not only dead, but a puppet to diabolical forces would be too enticing to ignore.
The Empire would not be quick to recover from a second war of succession.
I am no stranger to infiltrating Imperial territory. With a team of operatives gathered from among the Alliance's finest, the plan should have a reasonable chance of success.
Doma already has shinobi in place throughout the provinces. We stand ready to act, and act we must. What say you all?
I'm for Master Thancred's proposal. We shine a light upon the Ascian and test the Empire's unity.
I still
Was
miss
his
her
plot
deeper
that
voice
scuttled
actress.
Doma's negotiations, was it not? Why then, if we can eliminate him, there may yet be a chance for peace. Let us wage this war of subterfuge, that we may one day lay down our arms. Gods know we never will while the Ascians remain.
Oh shit.
That way. Sorrow.
I'm having a bad trip.
History must be changed.
What's with that one bright spot right here? Because that's not from the green screen. That's from the game. New phone, who this?
Ahead looms a calamity. Ahead looms light, expunging all form and life. Twin dooms only you can forestall. Only you.
What's the matter?
Oh.
There's a voice.
All the scions are hearing it.
Spies in our midst? Nay, I sense no such presence.
Let expanse contract. Eon become instant. Throw wide the gates that we may pass.
Is it over?
Thancred.
Master Thancred!
12 for Fend. Bear him to a private chamber. Have every healer make ready. Swiftly!
What's wrong with Thancred?
Master Thancred remains in slumber. Though his vital signs appear stable, he's unresponsive.
What could have done this? And why just him and not the others?
I'm afraid we could not identify the cause, my lady. Our examinations revealed no wounds, nor the presence of any poisonous substances.
Gods, that only makes it worse. You're to let us know the moment there's any change, all right?
Thank you for coming. Knowing Thancred, he would apologize for being otherwise engaged at so crucial a juncture.
In gifting us a course of action, Thancred sowed the seed of all that is to follow. We have but to nurture it as best we can. To him, I would say, rest easy, that he may wake to enjoy the fruits of our labors. Now, the matter of the mysterious voice must not be forgotten. Will you tell me exactly what happened?
Alize and I heard a voice in the moments before Thancred collapsed. It was accompanied by a severe headache, as if something were clutching at our minds. Did you experience the same thing?
So, in between the voice and the pain, you felt as if you were somewhere else entirely.
Fucked up message spell?
Your testimony confirms my suspicion. That which you experienced was, I believe, your soul being plucked from your flesh. Called.
Cold.
I myself examined Thancred.
I bet you did.
Reach out as I may, I could not sense in him the spark of life that is his soul. That Thancred alone was stricken so is likely due to his heightened sensitivity to the effects of ether, a consequence of his prior possession by the Ascian Lahabrea. The owner of the voice, whoever it may be, reached out to you, called your souls, and in so doing, caused you and yours such pain.
But if that's true, where exactly are we being called to?
I know not. Yet one thing is plain. Whoever waits for you on the other side is possessed of a power unlike any I have ever known.
Forgive us, Lys, but may we leave Thancred in your care for a time?
As if you had to ask. I may not be a scion anymore, but I'm no less a friend. Don't worry. I'll see to it that Thancred's well looked after. Just focus on solving this mystery, all right?
Thank you, Lys.
Nice armor.
As the Elder Seedseer says, 'tis no ordinary individual we are dealing with. Nor can we discount the possibility of Ascian involvement.
Whoever or whatever is behind this, the sooner we find out, the better.
I just tried to call Eorzean on his link pearl. He didn't respond, but I dare to hope that he possesses some knowledge we do not. Ah, Eorzean. Something happened during the meeting. Thancred's collapsed. A disembodied voice suddenly started... What? But that's... We should talk about this in person. Alright, we'll meet you there. That was Eorzean. He heard the voice too. In Thanalan. As we alone were afflicted at the meeting, I had my suspicions. If the voice also spoke to Eorzean, there can be little doubt. The Scions were targeted specifically. By whom and to what end is the question, one for which we must find an answer with all possible haste. What's interesting, though, is that Lys, despite being a Scion until recently, was excluded. Eorzean agreed to meet us at the Rising Stones. If any of the others heard the voice, we'll find out soon enough. Good luck. I should get back to the meeting with the Elder Seedseer, but if there's anything I can do, anything at all, you must let me know, alright? Promise me. Right, let's be on our way. So we headed to the Rising Stones? Or the Waking Sands? Never mind, you're teleporting me there. I love you. A smile. Feels like it's been a minute.
Eorzean! God, it's good to see you.
Would that our meeting were under happier circumstances. I judged the voice sufficient cause for concern even before you sent word of its effect on our comrade.
You heard it too, then?
Aye. And all but certainly at the selfsame instant. Alas, pained as I was, I could make little sense of what few words did then reach mine ears.
Who do you think is responsible? Could this be the Ascians doing?
That I cannot say. Not when so little is known. Ere I indulge in speculation, I would examine Thancred with mine own eyes.
To Ala Mhigo, then, without further delay.
One other thing. During my visit to the Far East, I observed a strange phenomenon.
Thou referrest, I presume, to the localized reduction in etheric density.
Well, that spares me the trouble of an explanation. Yes, I noted precisely that at two apparently unconnected locations. I take it the phenomenon is not limited to the Far East.
Indeed not. Of late, our agents charged with surveilling the beast tribes have spoken of little else. In every corner of the realm, they tell of places in which the ether hath grown thin. Naturally, my suspicions first turned to primal activity, but the areas thus affected betray no evidence of summoning. I must confess to being quite perplexed.
If the same phenomenon is being observed in multiple locations on opposite sides of the world, we may safely discount regional factors. Needless to say, this warrants further investigation.
Indeed, I shall make it my task to. The voice. It calleth to me once more.
I hear it too.
Oh Lord, it's coming. There it is.
Only you. Only you.
No! Ishtola! Eorzean!
Throw wide the gates.
No! No, this can't be happening!
Fuck.
Y'shtola! Eorzean! Open your eyes! Open your eyes, I beg you! Say something! Anything! Not again. Please, not again.
The sounds are going down 1 by fucking 1. Well, I guess 2 by 2 now. Forgive me. It was an unseemly display. Happened before your very eyes, milady. None here would have behaved any differently. We've borne the two of them to a private chamber, but tell me, is it true Master Thancred languishes in a like state in Ala Mhigo? I'm afraid so. Though, given the circumstances, it would seem best to observe them together. I'll send word to Lys that he should be brought here. Take heart, my lady. The world is full of scholars and knowledgeable folk of every persuasion. Someone out there is bound to know what ails our comrades, and how it may be cured. Thus we will rouse them, no matter what. That we will, Hoary. That we will. But first things first, our comrades will have questions. May I ask you explain the situation to them? I must attend to a private matter. Oh, I promised I'd visit someone in Limsa Lominsa. Been waiting at Maelstrom Command for a while now. You know, you should come along too. I think he'll be glad to see you. I mean, to be fair, going to Maelstrom Command, I can make nice and quick and easy. As you probably guessed, it's Garbu we've come to see. The private here will bring him out to us. Ever since the Maelstrom took him in, I've tried to visit as often as I can. And after what befell our friends, I was taken by the urge to visit again. It's difficult to explain. Garbu the baby kobold? He's still a baby!
Here he is, my lady.
Oh, it's voiced. Did she think we'd confuse him for another kobold? In the middle of Limsa?
Gabu, it's been too long.
Oh, that's right. He was charmed, was he? By Titan?
I'm afraid there's been no change. If he can see or hear us, he has given no sign.
I see. You're still fighting. I'm proud of you. We promised that we would come and visit you together, didn't we? Alphino and I. I'm sorry that we haven't managed that yet. You know, with the three of us like this, does it not remind you of that night? Of the stars beyond count twinkling in the heavens? I was feeling pretty low back then. Powerless. But I knew that my brother was close by if I needed him, and that the others would be waiting for me back at the Rising Stones. Not like now. I've seen my share of trouble since coming to Eorzea. Been reminded again and again of my limitations, of how little I can change about this world. And I've come to know the sorrow of parting all too well. But to have the people I hold dear struck down before my eyes, and be powerless to help them, that I cannot bear.
To bear this burden alone.
No, I don't. You're right. It's pure arrogance to imagine I can solve everything by myself. You'd think I'd have learned that by now. Thank you.
It's a difficult lesson to
I don't
learn.
know what I'd do without you. Well, that's more than enough brooding for one day. Come on. We have friends to save.
And Garbu is fucked off already. Let's return to the Rising Stones and take it from there. Thanks again for agreeing to come. It meant a lot to me. Okay, so the Rising Stones is Mordona. The Waking Sands is Vesper Bay. I have to remind myself because it's been a while. Oh. Okay. The marriage chocobo. Sorry, marriage Moogle. Not chocobo. Did some thinking on the way back, and I think Hori's right. We need to seek outside help. Ordinarily, we could turn to our own experts on such matters. They're both among the stricken. I'll begin reaching out to the myriad guilds and research institutions here in Eorzea. Additionally, Grandfather and Minfilia had a wealth of connections between them, and I mean to explore those avenues too. We'll find a way to save everyone. Mark my words. Much more has happened in recent days, some of it for the good, some not so. But all around me, people continue their fight. From the shinobi who search for Alphino to the Alliance members who would make ready to move against the Empire. They march on in the face of great adversity, bearing heavy burdens. Everyone's playing their part. So must I. You have your own part to play, I know. It's bigger than most. So I won't keep you. Just promise that you'll visit from time to time. And I promise I'll have good tidings to share with you when you do. Okay, well, that is the end of that patch. That was patch 4.4. We're now on to 4.5, which is the final patch. But meanwhile, in the Imperial capital,
the Populares no longer present an obstacle. Now is the time to bring the Empire's might to bear. A word from your Radiance is all it takes. But one word, and the Imperial army will fall upon Ala Mhigo as a pack of bloodthirsty wolves and tear that feeble nation apart. Have you no words for me? Despite the lengths I go to, an emissary playing the part of a fool. When first I took this face, I swore to use all of my knowledge, all of my power, to further the cause of the Empire. My deeds stand testament to my commitment. And with this adamant flesh at my disposal, I could destroy the Icon Slayer as easily as one might swat a fly. Why do you hesitate? Our enemy is resourceful. Though victory is certain now, it will not remain so indefinitely. Deliberate if you must, but be quick about it. We'll speak again when you have unburdened yourself of doubt. Until then, I take my leave, Father.
I should be the one to sigh. I played my part to perfection. I had earned my rest, and then thanks to Lahabrea's crowning act of idiocy, our favorite emissary sees fit to summon me back. Elidibus was ever a warrior. A most tiresome trait, would you not agree?
Who the fuck are you?
What? Have you no words for me either? No matter. I've long grown weary of this mummery. Now, my dearest grandson, let me remind you of your place in the simplest of terms.
Grandson?
You do not make judgments, you administer them. Swiftly and to the letter.
Naught else is your concern. Elidibus may be an insufferable bore, but he is no fool. His choices as emissary seldom err. If aught threatens the balance twixt light and dark, it falls to you to remove it. Be it by your own hands or by your armies, you have ample means at your disposal. That is why this empire exists, why I built it. Oh dear, have I touched a nerve? You always were an easy one to read. I pity you, I do. As they say, ignorance is bliss. And I know how much happier you would be not knowing the things you know. The founding father was an Ascian, and he created the Empire solely for the purpose of sowing the seeds of chaos.
Do it.
Don't take it personally. I merely do my duty.
I prefer him to all the other Garleans we've met.
Requires no small amount of power, and there is no surer way to obtain such power than by collecting powerful pawns. To that end, I have labored long and hard, and I must say I am quite pleased with my handiwork. Paltry though it seems in comparison to Alag.
Oh. Well, I guess we won't be seeing them again. That is a long-ass revolver to hit fire like that.
You fiends are overfond of your own voices. Mark me, Ascian. Man is the master of his own destiny.
Such a waste of time and energy, both yours and mine. Lest you forget, you are Emperor now. If you wish to spout drivel about man's destiny, save it for the masses. It will serve to give them a sense of purpose, and you pliant pieces for the game. Oh, do stop sulking, boy. You, of all people, should understand. Ours is a struggle to restore both mankind and the world to their rightful state. Viewed thus, our goals are one and the same.
Meanwhile, at a resistance encampment somewhere in the Empire. What in the world? Oh, shit. Dead. All dead. Yet I see no wounds, nor any evidence of battle. Damn them. Finally used it. The Empire developed an alchemical weapon in Girabania. A gas. Black Rose it was called. And to breathe it is to breathe your last. And that did this! I thought the project abandoned, and its vile fruit destroyed. But naught else could have wrought such an atrocity. Such devastation. Fools! What do they hope to gain from this butchery? Can they not see that a rule won through terror will not endure? How many more provinces must they lose? Nay, wait. This is not the work of men, but monsters. The Ascians. It cannot be a coincidence that their trail led us here. Their objective was never to rule, but to sow strife and discord. Such a crime does indeed bear the mark of the bringers of chaos. Black Rose cannot be allowed to kill again. We must find the Ascians and put an end to their plot. I like the 80s techno. Soul searching.
I'm glad you've come, though I'm afraid there's little in the way of good news. After you left, we reached out to both the Alchemists Guild and Stillglade Fane and attempted all manner of treatments. But the results were always the same. Whatever the answer is, it's not alchemy or conjuring. Why did it have to be Y'shtola and Eorzean and not me? Out of all of us, they are the ones who could feasibly have solved this puzzle. And Elfino's still missing. God, it's all going wrong. Where do we even start?
Poor Alice.
A grave situation indeed. Might I be of some assistance?
Who dat? Kryl!
Kryl! I thought you were busy delving into the mysteries of Eureka.
When word reached me of the plight of our friends, I could not well stay away. As a fellow scion, not to mention your erstwhile mentor, this is one of those times you should feel free to call on me, regardless of my personal circumstances.
Yes, I should have thought of that. Thank you for coming, Kryl. We would welcome your insight.
And I should be happy to provide it. Now, what's this I hear about Alphino heading into Imperial territory? That boy always did have some funny ideas. Do you remember the speech he gave when he was accepted to the Studium?
My life's goal is naught less than the salvation of this star.
That particular grand pronouncement has been a source of great embarrassment to him, as you know. But the fact of the matter is, he meant every word and has lived his life accordingly.
Yes, he remains altruistic to a fault, but I'm worried he was too fixated on his goals to see the dangers, as has happened before.
You needn't be so concerned. Though his values remain the same, Alphino is not the blinkered boy he once was. Slowly but surely his eyes have been opened, thanks to a certain someone. A certain someone whom he'd be mortified to learn had heard about his little speech. Mum's the word, eh? Right, I'd better have a look at our patients. They're in the infirmary, I assume. I'll need absolute quiet, so it would be best if I did this alone. If you'll excuse me. All three are in fine physical health. At a glance, I would say they were merely sound asleep. Except for the fact that I couldn't sense the slightest trace of them in their bodies. It's as if their souls have taken leave of their physical forms.
Ah, yes. The Elder Seedseer made a similar observation.
I've read the report. When you heard this mysterious voice, you described feeling as if you were somewhere else, yes? If we assume the ether which comprises your essence is being drawn to some other place, then it may be possible to follow the trail it leaves behind, just as we did in our search for Thancred.
I wasn't around for that, but I can't imagine it was easy.
Oh, it wasn't. But that's no reason not to try. I will have need of Master Matoya's crystal eye if I'm even to make the attempt. So I suggest we pay her a visit.
Have they ever addressed why Kryle has cat ears on her coat? Just because. How's it going, Cyrenamaya? I look like I'm falling asleep. Nah, I've got studio lights up here, and so when there's a voiced cutscene, I'll tend to look down a bit whilst I listen so that I can save my eyes. Also, phone. I need 15 things going on to yeah, it'll try to keep me occupied and stop the gremlins in my brain. Oh, that's good timing. Shit. Worse. So much worse. That's from Sastasha. That's from the first dungeon in the game. Get rid of that. God. Oh, the Christmas mounts are coming out. It's the 3rd of November. I mean, I say that like I haven't already changed my Black Mage glam to be Christmassy. But how's it going, Siren? I'm hoping I'm pronouncing that right. But fuck knows, because I'm probably not. I normally play this game muted, so I think that's the... And I've also only played through Shadowbringers content once. But I didn't know that there was like some auto-tune speech in part of Innocence's battle theme. Now I can't help but imagine Innocence as T-Pain. And we've not even come across Innocence yet on this character. I'd heard Master Matoya was something of a recluse, but this seems extreme. Still, I'll happily overlook her eccentricities if she agrees to help us. Sup, you old bitch? Sorry, witch.
Come to disturb my peace again, have you? I hide myself away in a cave, and still you people insist on pestering me with your problems. Oh, I mistook you for young what's-his-name, but I see now you're the sister. Weren't you supposed to be the lively one? I've seen happier faces at a rain-sodden burial.
Well, I'm sorry to dash your expectations, but the situation isn't exactly conducive to gaiety.
Gay?
Ha! That's more like it. Stoller used to spit and hiss like a wildcat too. Better for a young thing like you to be filled with fire and leave the doom and gloom to your elders. Now, what exactly does this tragic situation of yours have to do with me?
It involves your Stoller.
If I may, Master Matoya, we have need of your crystal eye once more.
And Stoller is one of the afflicted, is she? Very well. She may be an ungrateful stray, but she's my ungrateful stray, and I'll not see her buried before I am.
She's a good granny.
Right. Let us see what we can see. I'll begin from where our friends first fell, and cast my senses out from there.
Sounds as good a plan as any. That's not a good face.
Did you find them?
This doesn't make sense. How is it even possible?
How is what possible? Kryl, what did you see?
The threads, they just ended. And no, I didn't lose track of them. I followed them as far as they went. It's as if... It's as if they were cut off.
Could their ether have dissipated if it had? Oh gods! Their bodies are just husks. It's like the broodmother's daughter all over again.
No, this is different. The Kalyana girl was already dead, body and soul, when Lakshmi effected her resurrection.
Aye, let's not jump to conclusions. If their physical forms yet breathe and show no signs of wasting, then it follows that their souls must still be intact somewhere.
But where?
Up your ass.
That's the question, isn't it, girl? Death has not taken them to the ethereal sea, yet there are no tracks left for us to follow.
We're no closer to an answer than when we started. But knowing their souls are still out there is progress of a sort. We just have to keep looking. Pray, excuse me a moment. Yes? I remember, but... What, to Ala Mhigo? We're on our way. That was Lise. Apparently, a group of Populares have defected to Ala Mhigo, and Maxima, the envoy Alphino left with, is one of them.
Nice.
I'm sorry. I realize we've barely begun here, but...
Go, child, go! You've made up your mind, and life's too short for dithering.
I'll do some digging in the meantime and see if there isn't some other method we could use to continue the search.
Let's be off then.
Oh.
Oh, not again. The enchantment barely seems to take these days. I chalk it up to old age, but I rather doubt it's that simple.
There's something draining ether from our star.
Before they took ill, Y'shtola and Eorzean were sharing notes on a thinning of the ether. It seems to be happening all over.
Does it now? And here I was, all set to blame my woes on that creaking mountain of refuse clogging up the Thaliac.
Talking about Alexander?
I fear something has gone awry. Still, there's naught to be gained from starting at shadows. You can only do what can be done, and that but one thing at a time.
Smart advice. So that was the woman who tamed Y'shtola. I had the distinct feeling of being grabbed by the scruff of their neck and having the nonsense shaken out of me. When Alphino's back, I'd like to visit again and ask her what tale she has of grandfather. That'd be cute. I almost can't bear to hear what Maxima has to tell us, but it can't be bad news, can it? Lise would have said, unless... there's no point speculating. Lise said she'd notified the guards of our coming, so we should head straight to the palace gate in Ala Mhigan Quarter. I'll be praying for your good news. Learn what you can about Alphino's plight and leave the search for our friends' lost souls to me. Okay, Ala Mhigan Quarter. Take me.
I'm sorry to drag you halfway across the realm, but when Maxima mentioned Alphino, I thought you'd want to hear the news in person.
Ah, we meet again. Though I was hoping our reunion would be under more auspicious circumstances.
What happened to my brother? Where is Alphino?
Calm down. Calm down.
Never fear, my lady. Your brother was in fine health when I took my leave of him, and I have no reason to assume that has changed.
You assume?
If you will allow me, I shall endeavor to explain events. Our troubles began not long after we departed Doma. While crossing the burn, we were fired upon by the Emperor's personal guard and forced to make an emergency landing. As we stumbled from the wreckage, our attackers fell upon us again, and we would have perished there and then were it not for the intercession of a third party, a band of mercenaries whose leader claimed to pursue a vendetta against the Ascians. This shadow hunter, as he styled himself, then escorted us out of the wastes to relative safety. Upon arriving back in civilization, I gathered my Populares colleagues and prepared to flee the Empire. Master Alphino, however, declined the invitation to join us, preferring to continue his investigation into the Ascian threat.
Well, at least he's not lying in a heap in the burn. Tell us more about these Ascian hunters. Who are they? And is Alphino still with them?
He is. As to who they are, I'm afraid I have nothing to tell you. Beyond the fact that they root out and destroy Ascians, they were unwilling to divulge anything which might serve to identify them. They would not even reveal their next destination. But Master Alphino asked to accompany them all the same. Since parting company with your brother, we've been engaged in a game of cat and mouse with the Emperor's guard. We made our way through province after province, finding the army busy restoring order wherever we went, until we finally arrived here in Ala Mhigo. I cannot thank Commander Aldin enough for giving us such an unexpectedly warm welcome.
I'm not inclined to turn away refugees, no matter which land they call home. And if they can tell me how things lie in Garlemald, all the better.
On that subject, there is much I would tell you. During the course of our journey, we heard tales that an entire rebel army had been slaughtered in the space of a single night. It would seem my former comrades grew tired of putting down uprisings in the conventional manner, and chose instead to bring a formidable new weapon to bear. Details were sparse, but the rumor alone was enough to dampen the flames of rebellion. I have also heard reports that several companies have withdrawn from their designated provinces and begun marching westward. It is my assessment that the Empire's forces are mobilizing for a large-scale military engagement.
Westward? You mean they're getting ready to invade Ala Mhigo?
We knew this was coming, but not that it would be so soon.
We've barely even begun to shore up our defenses. They won't stop an invading army.
No, they won't. Dispatch messengers to the Alliance leadership requesting reinforcements, and send word to our officers in the field to hasten completion of those border fortifications. Prepare to meet the Imperials head on! No matter how quickly we act, we still want for time. When the enemy comes into view, our best recourse will be to open negotiations with their commander, and see that the ensuing proceedings take as long as possible.
Would you and Alize head to Doma and let Lord Hien know about this? I'm sure he'll want to hear about Alphino too.
Consider it done. We'll send word when...
Oh no.
Untold sorrow must be changed. Ahead looms a calamity. Eon become instant. Throw wide the gates.
You heard it too. Well, at least we're both still standing.
Oh, thank the gods. I thought we'd lost you for a moment there. Why does this keep happening?
I wish I knew. Nothing we've tried has brought us any closer to an answer. We'll keep working on it. But first, we need to go and see Lord Hien.
Okay. The Alphino's safe. The present, at least. Now all we need to worry about is a full-scale Imperial invasion. I'm actually glad Lys tasked us with visiting Lord Hien. Better to be dashing from place to place than sitting around stewing over things we can't change. To the Enclave! Yep. How's stuff going with you guys? Greetings, my friends. I was just discussing future endeavours with the members of our newly formed alliance. Kojin and the Confederacy you already know, and it was your own strength of arms that won us the cooperation of the Steppe tribes. We've also been joined by our neighbours from Nangsha and the indomitable citizens of Dalmasca, though the scattered nature of the latter's resistance will somewhat delay their official induction. These proud peoples have united under a single purpose, to stand against the tyranny of the Garlean Empire. I'm glad to see your alliance is coming together so swiftly. As things stand, I fear we shall soon have need of your strength. Thank you for bringing me news of Alphino. His fate is never far from my thoughts, not only because he is our emissary. As for this sudden deployment of Imperial forces, I agree that Ala Mhigo would be wise to shore up its borders with all haste. Every report we've received from our shinobi indicate a massing of troops in the western provinces. It seems all but certain the Empire is poised to bring its fist down upon Eorzean. And I would help deflect that blow, but I cannot risk sending reinforcements just yet. We'll remain vulnerable to airborne assault until our wall and the burn is in place. The all-important Allagan energy barrier. The energy barrier. Yes, I thought to call it something more auspicious. A name drawn from the four lords of legend, perhaps. Seiryu's Aegis, or some such. Well, just a thought. The Ironworks engineers report they've finished calibrating the generators and are ready to proceed to the testing stage. Have you time to attend the first test? You've seen the field which protected Azislar firsthand, and I'd be interested to hear how you think ours compares. I'll come too if you don't mind. Though I'm no Y'shtola, I may be able to offer some insight. Of course. Time being of the essence, it would be best if we made... Fuck me. If we made fuck me, yep. It would be best if we made directly for the burn. Yugiri, I leave you and Hakuro to bring the War Council to a close. Understood. Your mounts are saddled and ready, my lord. Wear the storms. We'll cross the burn by Yol and Falcon as before. Join me at the overlook near the House of the Fierce. Okay, same place that we go to the burn from, I guess. Right, well, we're nearly done with Stormblood. 5 quests is all that stands between us. If I put that in as well, I'm just shy. That gets it. House of the Fierce, there we go. Give the word when you're ready to take wing. Go. I mean, it looks a fair bit better than the last time that we were here.
It seems the engineers have matters well in hand. Should the barrier work as we intend, Doma will be free to reinforce her allies in Ala Mhigo without fear of weakening her own borders. Honored friends, the time has come to put your hard work to the test. Start the generator.
Node 1 is operational. Nodes 2 to 8 are reporting similar energy levels. The barrier is forming. $1,000 yards, 2,000, 3,000. Expansion remains smooth. No fluctuations detected. Altitude reached. The barrier is holding steady at 5,000 yards. We've done it.
Nice.
Is that an Imperial airship? Of all the rotten timing.
But this is a gift, Mistress Alize. They can test our new wool for us.
True. It's actually very good timing. Get fucked.
Seems solid enough, though I was hoping for a fireball.
Oh, hey.
By the gods. It's Alphino. What are you? Let me go! He has my brother!
Lower the barrier!
Be at ease, girl. The lad is not dead, merely locked in slumber.
Voice.
No, not him too.
We could identify no cause and found no remedy. Thus I sought to return him to Doma, and into the arms of Lord Hien himself, it would seem. It is a day for fated reunions. Would you not agree, adventurer? Or should I address you as the Warrior of Light?
Gaius Van Baelsar.
Aye, Gaius Van Baelsar, the Black Wolf. That was the title I was given, one I have long since relinquished. Stand down. The legatus of the 14th Imperial Legion died in Castrum Meridianum. I am no more than Gaius Baelsar, a man without rank or allegiance.
Impossible! There's no way you could have survived!
Do you remember how it unfolded? How I was deceived by La Habrea? How I was convinced that reviving the Ultima weapon would allow me to bring peace to Eorzea? The Eorzean used me, as he used so many others, all to further the restoration of his wretched god. Yet even with the might of Alec at my command, you bested me. And as the Praetorium went up in flames, I was content to burn along with it. For a moment at least. A moment of folly. To surrender my life thus would have been to betray all who died for my cause. It was for them that I dragged myself free of the rubble, and swore vengeance on the Eorzeans. The Black Wolf has shed his pelt, never to return to Garlemald or her legions. I live now only to exact revenge. My principal quarry was to be La Habrea, whom I gather you have since ushered onto oblivion.
Yeah, you're a bit late for him.
But so many more remain. Long as their kind lurked in the shadows, laboring to sow chaos throughout our world, I would see each and every one dragged into the light and put to the sword. Are the Scions not of like mind?
In this single respect, perhaps.
Then I shall continue the partnership the boy began, and share what intelligence I have acquired. Among the Eorzeans, the Black-Masked Ilk are subordinate to those who wear red. This you already know. Yet among the red there exists a hierarchy. Those set adrift with the shards clearly stand below those still joined to the source. Nabriales, who once dared to intrude upon the Rising Stones, belonged to the former group, and while he was indeed a dangerous foe, his powers were inconsequential next to the paragons of the source. The first was La Hebrea, who plagues us no more. There is also the white-robed Elidibus, and the elusive Emmet Selk, about whom little is known.
We have files on La Hebrea and Elidibus, but I believe this Emmet Selk is new to us? As I assume my brother told you, we have evidence to suggest that an Ascian now walks in the body of the Crown Prince. Have you identified this interloper?
Elidibus seems the most likely culprit. As emissary, it is his role to maintain the equilibrium between darkness and light. Your many deeds in Hydaelyn's name have upset the balance, and I believe he seeks to restore it by throwing his considerable power behind the Empire. As a leader of the Ascians, he is one of our primary targets. It was on the trail of this very prey that the boy and I came across the scene of a failed uprising. In the absence of a single Garlean casualty, we inspected the bodies of the rebels, and the lack of any external injury drew my immediate attention. They had been slain by Black Rose, an alchemical invention of the Imperial Army. When I yet served as legatus, I ordered its production halted, and all stockpiles destroyed. Toxic gas is not a tool of conquest, but of extermination.
Toxic gas? This must be the new weapon Maxima warned us about. Something deadly enough to sweep away all resistance in a matter of hours. Gods. You don't think they're planning to use this in Ala Mhigo, do you?
Put your fears to rest. We infiltrated the production facility and destroyed all existing stores of the chemical along with the plant itself. Even should they rebuild the operation, they will not soon manufacture another batch.
Good.
Regardless, I would draw your attention to a directive we discovered in the plant's records. The document was marked with a recent date and authorized with the signature of one Zenos Galvus.
A dead man signing the death warrant for thousands. 'Tis bad comedy.
But the tale does not end there. Within that same facility was a chamber filled with devices of elegant design. Cloning technology, we realized. And what should we find in each and every incubator? But a young Emperor Solus.
Oh.
All of which prompts the question, were the Ascians responsible for these abominations, or was it the will of the Emperor? I must know which hand guides the Empire. Though I have given up my rank, I am yet a son of Garlemald, and I will fight for the future of my homeland. It is time I return to the hunting of shadows. We should focus on our common foe. To reopen old quarrels now would serve no purpose.
You saved my brother's life, so I'm willing to let sleeping dogs lie. But in truth, it's not my decision to make.
'Tis mine. But yeah, there are more important matters.
There was a time when I scorned those who placed their faith in false gods. Even as I, in my blinkered conviction, place mine in Ascian promises. Unlike yours, my strength of will and my restraint was found wanting. We shall meet again, warrior of light.
So that was the infamous Black Wolf. An unexpected ally, to say the least. Well, I am content to leave the fine-tuning of the barrier to cleverer minds. Let us bid our friends from the Ironworks farewell, and see what can be done for Alphinaud back in Doma.
Alphinaud is safely ensconced in a private chamber. My finest healer is examining him as we speak. I've spoken with the physician. There are no outward signs of illness. Alphinaud is lost in a sleep from which he cannot be awoken, just like the others. It seems that even the lands of the Empire were not far enough away to escape that cursed voice. I share your frustrations, Alice, I do. But Alphinaud is returned to us alive and otherwise unharmed. All that remains is to find the means to wake him. Until then, you can but fulfill your duties as a scion. Yours and your brother's both. You're right, of course. There are arrangements to be made and little time to make them. To business then, my lord. Now that we know Seryu's wall works as intended, can we expect reinforcements for Ala Mhigo? You most certainly can. As promised, we'll send troops to bolster our allies in Eorzean without delay. Pray, be aware, however, that they will not arrive without delay. Save for some few who boast teleportation magics, the bulk of our force must be transported by sea, a lengthy voyage for which the smaller vessels favoured by the Confederacy are ill-equipped. Accordingly, I mean to enlist the assistance of the East Alienard Trading Company in finding suitable ships. As for navigating the distances in question, we are in the happy position of being able to call upon those who plotted the course of my people's exodus to Eorzea. Beyond the procurement of ships, I think it unlikely that our East Alienard friends will consent to any involvement in military operations. But I am certain they'll afford Alphinaud a berth aboard one of their vessels. I shall have a Carugian accompany him every ilm of the way to the Rising Stones. You have my thanks, Lord Hien. Yugiri, I'll go on ahead with our friends to Ala Mhigo. Enlist all those capable of teleportation and put them at the disposal of the Eorzean Alliance as soon as possible. They will form the vanguard. Yes, my lord. This is exactly what we'd hoped for. Lys and the Alliance leaders will be glad indeed to welcome the combined strength of the East. Meanwhile, at the Black Rose chemical plant...
Our supplies at Black Rose have been ruined, but the new plant is already under construction. We should have the first batch ready in time for the offensive, Your Radiance.
See that you do.
Ah, yes, the infamous Black Rose. If I recall correctly, Gaius did not much care for the invention. A ruthless and indiscriminate weapon indeed, this airborne poison. It seems you are capable of making decisions worthy of your bloodline.
With no gift for sorcery, we Garleans must look to Magitech to even the odds. If it spares the needless deaths of our soldiers and serves the cause of this empire, there is no method I would not employ.
How very noble of you.
Truly, though, I must commend you for embracing your role as Emperor. You play the part of the determined ruler well. Sometimes even I catch myself believing. A silent agent of death. Now that I think on it, Black Rose may well possess the perfect aspect. Slowly but surely, the deluge of light has worked upon the ether here in the source, and the gas should be most susceptible to its influence. Well, I shall leave you to your own devices. Go forth and bloody the land with your grand and glorious war.
While you do what, precisely?
Need you ask? I will be doing what all Ascians do.
I am well aware that your kind exists only to usher in the next calamity. But you seem oblivious to the harm your singular agenda causes to the Empire. You cannot have forgotten the events which followed your mortal demise. Our homeland was plunged into civil war for your failure to name a successor. The edifice you so carefully constructed was but a hair's breadth from collapse.
Are you truly so naive? You thought me oblivious to the consequences of a departure so painstakingly timed?
It was by design?
Well, of course it was. Though I will admit the resulting panic exceeded even my wildest expectations. But how can you be surprised? Throwing the world into disarray was the very purpose for which this nation was, as you say, so carefully constructed. Now, if you have no further questions, I must be on my way. Since we may not meet again in this lifetime, it would be remiss of me not to offer a word or two of gratitude. I really must thank you for this surplus of vessels. I can mold any host into my own image, but having bodies tailor-made for me in this fashion is so much less tiresome. You dabbled in elegant cloning techniques, yes? It certainly is a compelling, not to mention entertaining, field of research. And of all the options available, you chose the founding father on whom to experiment. You have a twisted streak to you, Varus, like grandsire, like grandson, hey? If events play out as planned, this will become something of a family enterprise. You will be the capstone of this world, I the anchor in the shard, and together we will give the lie to this star's fraudulent existence.
Solus seems quite queer-coded. Like a lot of his, like the way that he stands and some of his mannerisms and stuff give the implication that he's part of the LGBTQ community. Which, yeah, I guess if you were, because we're assuming that he's also a an Ascian, given everything that's gone on. Presumably Emmett Selk being the only other Ascian that we've had named so far. Like, if you've been alive and reproduction is no longer a concern, like, why wouldn't you play the field? You'd become more, like, hedonistic and just be about the pleasure. Which, personally, I do think is something that was more freeing about older civilizations. Where, like, you could go to a brothel and you could potentially have a man just as easily as you could have a woman. Although there's a lot of other stuff around that and the operation of the brothels and things like that that weren't good. Moving on. We must leave now to convene with the Eorzean's leaders, and it may be some time before I return to Doma. Hakuro, I leave you in command. My lord. I shall assemble an advance I shall assemble an advance party with all haste and join you in Ala Mhigo forthwith. Just received word from Lees. The Alliance has established a base camp near Ala Mhigo's northeastern border. Once we've arrived in the locks, we're to report to a resistance officer stationed in Porta Praetoria, who will point us in the right direction. Let's not keep them waiting. Okay, so Porta Praetoria. And then, in fact, bear with me a moment, because I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. Be right back. Yeah. Chair gaming, yes, yes, indeed. Let's take the time to also a drink. I do need to move that at some point, but I don't know how that's going to work with the desk that I have. I'll work something out. Probably what's going to have to happen is basically my old desk that I did use for in here. We were trying to get rid of it and just couldn't, so we still have it. But now that Neff is like taking all of her stuff and everything. Oh, where's that gone? I don't know. I'll have to find it later. There was space, so I put my old desk there, but I think it might take up too much space for what I want. Especially bearing in mind that I don't really need it. So I might take it more apart. But I don't know. It's a decent table. Just not. Pardon me, Jesus. Just not a great fit. What? Okay. That's my body telling me that I'm a little bit cold. Understood. Ugh. I might not have Archu, which is the condition that makes you sneeze with bright lights. Although, you know, I do have the lights on here that, you know, it could be a part of it. But I do have some kind of sensitivity to changes in temperature. So usually as soon as I get a little bit cold, there's something that sets off my nervous system and makes me need to sneeze. So if I sneeze multiple times in quick succession, there's a decent chance, if I've also just felt a tiny bit cold, I need to put something on. Or turn the heating on, or something. Ah, you must be the Scion party I was told to look out for. If you'll follow me, I'll take you directly to the Alliance headquarters.
Welcome back, you two. Greetings, Lord Here. Glad you could join us.
Glad to be here. I would have come sooner, were our own defense is not in question, but I am pleased to report that our soldiers are assembling for deployment to Ala Mhigo as we speak.
We're grateful for your support. Thanks to the efforts of our allies, it won't be long before we've established defensive positions on this front as well.
We have some good news too. Alphino has come back to us. As for the bad news,
So, Alphino won't wake up. Gaius van Baelsar is alive and hunting Ascians, and the Empire is planning to poison us all with toxic gas. Does that sound about right?
Pretty much, yep.
Ordinarily, any one of those things would have left me in shock. But the way things have been lately, it's all starting to seem pretty normal. Getting back to your report, are we sure this Black Rose is the weapon Maxima was talking about?
It fits the description. And it seems we have Alphino to thank for sparing us an early demonstration of its effectiveness. I have a feeling this won't be the last time his bravery in the Empire will serve us here in Eorzea. The threat of an unknown weapon has had us all on edge. But now that we know what we're dealing with, we can take steps to defend against it. As for Gaius, I'm not sure what to think. Am I happy he's alive? Not in the slightest. Am I happy he's hunting Ascians? Aye, I'd have to say I am.
Oh, speaking of Garleans you didn't expect to see, we have a tale of our own, as it happens. When we sent envoys to the Imperial army to request talks, they returned with the message that Varys Zos Galvus would be attending.
The Emperor himself. Well, Varys did sanction the Popularis peace mission. But knowing that an Ascian walks in his son's skin, I do not see how we can trust him or anyone from that nest of vipers.
The Alliance would proceed with negotiations regardless, if only to give ourselves more time to prepare. We do, however, require your cooperation.
Right. Yes. So, as a condition for the talks to go forward, the Empire has requested that a member of the Scions be present. There'll be a representative from each Alliance nation, of course, but I'm afraid we have to ask that you come along too.
God, Lise, you know how much I hate politics. But then, what choice do I have? Alphino and the others aren't going to do it. Very well. I shall attend as the Scion's representative.
In case you're wondering why I didn't ask you, the Empire also requested the presence of Eorzea's champion.
I'll be there. Although I'm not fond of politics either.
That's settled then. We don't know what Varys means to bring to the table, or why he wants you there, but having you close at hand will make all the difference.
The meeting will take place on the border. Anticipating an early assault, we mean to position the bulk of our forces nearby.
The Alliance leaders should already be on their way. Once you're ready, we can head out and join them.
Well, I don't suppose it's polite to keep an emperor waiting too long, shall we? Let's go. God, he looks like such a twat.
Esteemed representatives of the Eorzean Alliance, on behalf of the Garlean Empire, I thank you for inviting me here today. As this parley was convened at your request, I invite you to speak first.
Very well, Your Radiance. I, Nanimo Ulnamo, 17th in the line of Ul, should be pleased to oblige you. As recent events in Ala Mhigo and Doma have made plain, the subjugation and exploitation of neighboring nations is not a sustainable policy. Should this day end in war, You may very well defeat us, but you will never extinguish the people's desire for freedom. Though it may not be in our lifetime, there will be another revolution, another war, and the cycle will continue. Doma has entered into a concord with the nations of Eorzea, a partnership wherein we recognize one another as equals. Garlemald could be afforded similar treatment. You need only set aside your ambitions and join us in paving a path towards peace.
You will not win me over with sophistry, Your Grace. As you know only too well, this alliance lacks the strength to keep the peace within its own borders. Even now, your struggles with the Beastmen continue unabated. Divided, you sow this fertile soil with the seeds of your differences and reap naught but discord and chaos for your trouble. Eorzea must be united under one leader, one purpose. I would offer you both and bring an end to your strife.
With all due respect, Your Radiance, the only thing that you offered the people of Ala Mhigo was fear and hopelessness.
The citizens of Doma can also attest to the meager arms of imperial rule. There is no purpose to be found in a life of oppression, each day more uncertain than the last.
Our people are willing to die for their freedom. A great many already have, and countless more will, if we don't put an end to this madness here and now.
What is
We
wrong
brought
with
order
his
and stability to
jowls?
your lives. This madness and bloodshed is of your own making. You broke the peace, not Garlemald.
Peace. Order. You kill our peoples, despoil our lands, take everything that is ours. And what? You expect us to lick the boot that grinds our faces into the dirt?
I expect you to weigh the costs. To recognize that countless lives have been lost on both sides in pursuit of a greater good, and to not squander all we have achieved in a fit of petulance.
Fuck you.
Your Radiance. I fear I can personally attest to the dangers of pursuing one's vision with such righteous fervor. For 1,000 years, the Holy See of Ishgard waged war with dragons. A 1,000 years of sacrifice, of sorrow and hate, in which we bathed in the blood of friend and foe alike. Had it gone on any longer, we may well have drowned. Yet we have chosen to raise ourselves out of this bloody spiral, and have since made peace with our former enemy.
So I understand. No doubt the dragons were more receptive to your overtures in the wake of their leader's demise. You speak of peace, yet use war to achieve it. Your father would not have bothered to obscure his intent with honeyed words. He understood that strength is all that matters in the end. Without his clarity of vision, I can but wonder what will become of Ishgard and her people. There was a time when Garlemald too lacked a leader of conviction. Weak and unable to wield magic,
We were at the mercy of the strong, from whom we sought refuge in the bitter cold of the north. Were it not for the discovery of ceruleum and the subsequent development of magitech, we might never have gained the power to take back that which was rightfully ours.
You speak as if your people were the first to have been driven from their homes. Limsa Lominsa was built by wayward souls in search of a place to call their own. On the shores of Vilbrand we found it, and from those humble beginnings did we grow and flourish. And all without robbing our neighbors of their liberty.
So saith the pirate. Am I to believe that you simply asked the kobolds to yield up their lands and that they were happy to oblige you? That you did not drive them out like rats in the hold of one of the many ships seized by your privateers?
Okay, yeah, he's kind of got a point there. Shit, he's making some good points.
After centuries of exile, reclamation may be mistaken for invasion. Nevertheless, it is not. And those who till stolen soil have no right to object when cast out in turn.
Your uncompromising nature rivals that of the Ixal. They too lament circumstances which they themselves perpetuate. Were they but to embrace peace, we would welcome them with open arms. Indeed, some few have done just that, and now receive of the 12's Wood's bounty. Would that your people might learn from their example.
You dare compare us to the Birdmen? You who thought to invoke the 12 and threaten all of creation?
After you invoked Bahamut, the only difference it was he was already summoned.
I came here in the hope of finding some speck of common ground, but I see now these discussions will accomplish nothing. Despite what you people may believe, I am not wont to choose the sword over the olive branch. 'Tis but a pity men are loath to accept one without first being shown the other.
Wait! I beg you. This meeting was supposed to be a chance to find a way forward together, not to bemoan the missteps which brought us here. Please. If you truly consider violence a last resort, there must be a way we can come to an agreement.
As Mistress Alize says, we did not come here to bicker over the past, but to discuss how we might strive towards a brighter future. Emperor Varys, may I suggest a short recess, that all present might compose themselves prior to beginning anew?
Very well. I pray this intermission will suffice to move these talks in a more constructive direction.
This seems to be going well. This really is not my forte. After his Radiance's little performance, it was all I could do not to swear at him. I honestly don't know how I ended up playing the mediator. Just asked myself what Alphinaud would have done. Tried my best to do the same, and by some miracle it worked. There really is no common ground to be found with that man, nor do I think he looked for any. So the question becomes, What did he come here to do? She may be certain it wasn't to make peace. Whatever it is, I can't make it out. Not yet, at least. We do have a little time before the parley is due to reconvene, though, so why not try consulting our illustrious leaders? Mayhaps they have some insight to share. I will say one thing for this Varus. He's well versed in the Eorzean history. His interest in our affairs is that of a beast in its prey. The conqueror would know his enemies. All should know their enemies, yet there is much and more we do not know of the Empire. And it's up to us to change that, here and now. You would have me ask the Emperor himself? Well, mayhap there is some wisdom in that. If we can skirt the storm of his displeasure, we may yet come to our answers, even if it does mean sailing close to the wind. This parley was never like to bring peace, but I had hoped to learn something of Emperor Varus's relationship with the Ascians. As had we all. Yet, if he is in league with them, he's not like to volunteer the fact, and he is not. How much weaker would his position seem for their presence? If we are to broach the particular subject, we will need to be subtle. Would that I knew more of the man. You would indulge me, Lord Hien. You received an imperial education, did you not? Is it true the Emperor's will is considered absolute? There is no higher authority in all of Garlemald, nor else in the heavens, come to that. Veneration of the gods is forbidden, the only worship permitted being that of his Radiance's own person. It sounds suspiciously like a religion in itself. I share your disdain for their hypocrisy. Even as they denigrate the idea of faith, they revere their leader with a further others reserved for the divine. It is a flaw common to much of the doctrine they fed us. Logical on the surface, perhaps, but contradictory upon closer examination. I wonder if a discussion of the various discrepancies might prompt Varus to reveal something. 12 have mercy. But for Lady Alizé's timely interjection, we might well have come to blows at the negotiating table. Not that Emperor Varus left us a great many options. Is unconditional surrender all he will accept, do you think? Ere he arrived, I'd have said yes. But having heard him speak, I cannot help but think he came with some other end in mind. Exactly. He's building up to something, I know it. How, then, would we approach the rest of the parley? Have you anything to say, Warrior of Light? Invite Varus to explain himself. You believe he is more apt to reveal the truth if we put him at his ease? Mayhap you're right. Thank you. You've spoken with everyone then. Good. All that remains is to await the pleasure of the Emperor. Hope we fare better at the second attempt.
Now then, who would have the floor?
Before we resume, I wish to offer you an apology. After you graciously accepted our invitation to discuss an armistice, we have done naught but rebuke you at every opportunity. I believe I speak for all of us when I say we are deeply sorry for our discourtesy.
I'll admit your familiarity with our affairs surprised me, and served to remind me how little I know of yours.
I think all here can understand the desire to reclaim one's homeland. But why expand further? That is my question.
If I may, the answer can be found in the imperial doctrine they took great pains to impart to my people. Recognizing the threat icons pose to the world, Solus Zos Galvus decreed that they were to be eradicated. To this end, he began a campaign to unite all lands under the Garlean banner. Or so we were taught. Yet the Emperor only reached the burn, the Barrens said to have been laid waste by icons, after conquering all the lands that lay between. What is more, I am quite certain the practice of summoning was not nearly so widespread in the days before the Empire's founding.
When you put it like that, it all starts to sound like an excuse, doesn't it? But to distract from what? Why are you really waging this war?
Well, shit, they figured it out.
Finally, you ask the right question. I can but hope you heed mine answer and at last accept the righteousness of our cause. My goal is this: to return the world to the way it once was, the way it was always meant to be. In doing so, mankind will be made whole once more.
What the fuck does that mean?
No longer will we suffer from the dissension born of our differences. There will be but one race, a perfect race, as we were when time began.
What in Rhalga's name are you talking about?
I am talking about the origins of this star, of the source and its 13 reflections. At the instant of the great sundering, 'twas not only the world that was shattered, but mankind itself. Thus were we divided into myriad races, each with its own unique imperfections. That is why man looks upon his neighbor and feels fear and hatred, why he wages war, why he kills his brother. You all in your own way have proven as much today. The peace you seek is but a fleeting solution to a fundamental problem. One which calls for more drastic measures. To bring about everlasting peace, our worlds must be rejoined. That is the goal the Empire would see realized. The glorious future unto which we shall one day shepherd mankind.
A rejoining of worlds. I have heard this tale of the source and its reflections before.
At least one of those worlds has been lost to the void.
Emperor Varys, do not trust in their words. They will lead you to your doom. My father thought to use them, but in the end he succumbed to their temptations. He embraced summoning like so many other pawns before him. Do not tell us you mean to do the same.
To be a pawn, free from the burden of choice, would be a blessing. But I forswore that privilege the day I learned that the Garlean Empire was built by the hand of an Ascian.
What?
Oh my god.
Yes. My grandsire, the former emperor, is of their number. And who better to build an empire capable of bringing about the calamitous change we desire? Would you condemn me for this alliance? For bowing to the will of these shadowy masters, when the prize is true and lasting peace?
Your prize is a lie. Your master's demons.
I come not to conquer, but to liberate. To free man from the prison of divergence. Imagine a world united. One perfect race beneath a single standard.
An army before whose might these servants of darkness and light would fly as leaves in a storm, never again to meddle in man's affairs. We would be the masters of our own fate. I bid you join me, not as subjects of Garlemald, but of a new nation. And together we shall win freedom for ourselves and generations yet unborn.
You want to trigger another half-dozen calamities? You can't be serious!
Have you forgotten how many died? There will be no one left.
Do you truly imagine we would aid you in your bloodletting?
It is unthinkable, unconscionable.
We agree with them.
What is the alternative? To be as cattle waiting for slaughter? I would have us work together that we might take fate into our own hands.
Into your hands, perhaps. But what of the other worlds, your radiance? With every calamity, you obliterate a star and every soul that dwells on it.
To the Ascians, we are all but tiny, momentary specks within an indifferent universe. We cannot hope to oppose them until we have been made whole once more.
Are these truly the words of Garlemald's ruler? The flaws and foibles which you so abhor are what make us who we are. Every nation, even yours, Emperor Varys, is made whole through the combination of these imperfections, the strengths of one compensating for the weaknesses of another. While it is true that man succumbs all too often to anger and avarice, he may yet overcome his baser instincts through the forming of bonds with others, fostering community and cooperation. That the protector of an empire should not only reject these fundamental truths, but seek to change them at so dear a cost to life is indefensible. Such a man is not fit to govern.
And you, warrior of light, would you refuse me as well?
In course. I cannot condone such a loss of life. You have a feeling he might be a boss? Well, he is the leader of the nation that we've been fighting pretty much this entire time.
It would seem the Alliance is of one mind on this matter.
You Eorzeans never cease to disappoint me. Though I suppose I have only myself to blame for expecting more from savages. This discussion is at an end. I bid you make ready for our next meeting. It will not be at the negotiating table.
Isn't that the guy that killed the brother of Moon Mommy? No, so Asahi, who was the brother of Tsuyomi, who was the one that summoned Tsukiyomi. Asahi was killed by Yotsuyu, the one that became Tsukiyomi. That was her name. But Asahi had been commanded to make Yotsuyu summon a primal by Zenos. But by that point, Zenos was being, or at least we assume, is being inhabited by an Ascian who are basically like demons. Demons or evil gods, kind of. I suppose more like fallen angels is probably a better look at it. They're kind of divine in an aspect of like they can separate their. They are the embodiment of a soul instead of a body, and they're able to like move between worlds. It's kind of like an evil Gandalf. So kill the Bish. It's looking like we're probably going to have to kill the Bish, yeah. Came back to find Doma's advance party ready and waiting for battle. So as worrying as our little chat with the Emperor was, it did buy enough time for at least some of her allies to arrive. So Saruman. Yeah, kinda. I guess it's more like Sauron, though, because Sauron was a disciple of
I'm
Morgoth.
not sure what I was expecting from our meeting with the Emperor, but it wasn't that. Still, at least we know now what he's really after.
Aye, a future built on a mountain of bodies. I too want the Ascians dead, but not at any cost.
The last of the reinforcements from Doma arrived not long ago. I pray it will be enough. Given the Emperor's stated goal, this is a battle we can ill afford to lose.
If the Garleans come in force, we may not have much say in the matter, even with our combined strength.
We knew from the first that the odds would be against us. But if there is even the slightest chance of victory, we must do everything in our power to seize it.
We must seize it, full stop.
Here!
The two of you are to join an irregular unit and support the main host. I won't bother asking if you're minded to fight.
After coming this far, how could I not? And for once, there's no one around to count them on me. Not that they would. Not even my brother. But we all know who really make the difference. Ready to frighten some Garleans?
I wouldn't want to be on their side.
Might I ask you to accompany the Dorman contingent? They are strangers here, and your presence would do much to raise their spirits.
We would be honored.
When our people stride out with you in their midst, I dare say the Eorzeans will feel an ilm taller themselves. High spirits have a way of spreading.
Very true.
What I wouldn't give to join you. But my duties as field commander will not allow it. I'll leave the front lines in your capable hands. Comrades, ready your arms. The hour of battle has come. May the crystal guide us to victory!
Since the others couldn't be here, we'll have to fight twice as hard. If Alphinaud wakes to find the Imperials have won, I shall never hear the end of it. It's strange. I thought I would be terrified when the fighting started. I should be terrified. But with you at our side, I can't help feeling everything is going to be all right. So please, don't you dare leave me alone. No matter what happens, we have to survive together.
I just realized that I have the donut earring right now. So I've just been in negotiation with the Emperor of, well, the Empire, and I've got a donut hanging from my fucking ear. Okay, well, we now have the Gimlet Dark to do. And this is the last dungeon of Stormblood. There's optional ones that I've not unlocked, but this is the last one that you get, last required dungeon. I'm in my war attire, ready to strike fear into the hearts of the Empire. They've got paratroopers! It's impressive just how fucked the battlefield has gotten in what must not have been a very long amount of time. Like, this looks like war has been going on for potentially years. Like, for them to have lost this many airships. And what are we shooting down their airships with, by the way? The largest airships that we've seen on our side have come from Sid. And there was basically just that one big one that the Ishgardians had in the Sea of Clouds. Oh yeah, this is when we start having turns come up. Okay, and this is where we get the Alliance equipment. Not all of it's terrible. The chest pieces, I think, are potentially good. Fuck it, slipstream. Use it or lose it. Nice. Oh, hey, Lise. Dip in. That sword looks massive on you, Pippin. Oh shit. Okay. Okay. They want me to keep going, but they're gonna... What the fuck is that? Prometheus. It's funky looking. It kind of reminds me of the Gullwing. Oh, but it burrows. Get fucked. What's this look like? It doesn't. Cool. Okay, so the head slot is completely useless to me, as is tradition being of Viera. The bunnies were too sexy to allow them to wear headpieces. They had to limit our power somehow.
This knight does not yield!
hello. We're nearly at the end, judging by the duty list on the side there. Where the fuck is this that they've set up towers with, like, artillery cannons on them? They were really set up for this, apparently. Oh, the same, but red. Quickly, protect yourself. I do have the option of using Bahamut, but I kind of want to save it for the boss. Given that, there we go. Baby. I don't remember what the last boss is, though. Is it the Emperor? I doubt it. Oh. Twins. These savages bested our vanguard. Impressive. But in the end, they are only that, savages. Now let us be brief, as Radiance waits. You never liked Bahamut's summon. You were so happy when they allow you to kill him in the Final Fantasy XIV online. Oh, the mercenaries. Yeah, melted. Yeah, absolutely melted. I might be misremembering, but I think lore-wise, were these two taken on board by Gaius? I think they were. I might be wrong though. There's definitely similarities between them and the woman that was in love with Gaius. Don't touch me, I'm sterile. Ow. Okay, they did something that I should be worried about for reasons. Or I could do this. They picked on the wrong guy. We have served our purpose. Come, we shall withdraw for now. I wish they voice acted these bits, because those subtitles, if you don't know to look out for them, you could miss them. And they're not on screen for that long, so if it's someone that might struggle with reading... Ooh, we got the Vest of Scouting. Which, I mean, yeah, that doesn't look terrible. It doesn't look great to me, but that's not bad. I do think there is some glam from that, which is considered decent.
We did it! I dare say they'll be reeling from this.
You were truly inspiring in battle, my friend. I'm determined not to be outdone, but there seems to be no one left to fight.
A tactical withdrawal, perhaps?
We should give chase. Finish them off while we have the chance. Imagine the other surprise when they wake to find the war already won.
Don't get ahead of yourself.
The light will expunge all life. Only you can forestall the calamity. Throw wide the gates.
No! 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 Not like...
Damn it. I guess it's just me and Tataru now.
Oh no, don't tell me. Are you all right? Quickly, we must get her back to the encampment.
So, the Garleans have been routed, have they? Well done. Though this exchange was no more than a test of our strength, like as not, they won't be taking any chances now the Emperor's joined the fray. They'll want to take their time, whittle down our defenses. Still, with your help and that of our Eastern allies, we've passed the first test. Our line is unbroken. As for Alizé, well, she's in good hands over at the infirmary. Oh wait, no, Kryl is still up and about, isn't she? My lord, the Caruchans have completed their examinations of Mistress Alizé. It's as we feared. She's locked in a slumber without any outward cause. Just like the others. Damn it all. Aye, the Garleans picked a fine time to come knocking. 5 scions incapacitated, and with the enemy on our doorstep. Cannot spare the men to assist in the search for a cure. The best I can do is see to it that Alizé is escorted safely back to the Rising Stones. Yugiri and I would return to our encampment. The main contingent of our forces from the Far East is under sail, and all must be made ready for their arrival. I'll not keep you then. Judging by the Garleans' recent movements, or lack thereof, they won't be launching another offensive in the immediate future. You should return to the Rising Stones, Given the plight of your fellow scions, I can understand if you feel on edge. It will be no good to anyone without rest. Okay, well, I'm going to the Rising Stones, so let's just teleport. Hey, Hoary Boulder. How you doing? Ah, after. Welcome home. Word has it you and Mistress Alizé gave the Garleans quite a thrashing. Speaking of whom, where is Mistress Alizé? I was certain she would have arrived by now. By the 12. Not her too. Ocker and I will ready the infirmary for her arrival. We'll also need to send a message to Tataru post-haste. Would that I had something other than grim tidings to share with her. And with you too, for that matter. Grieves me to report the Archon's condition remains unchanged. As we speak, Kulyanet, Krile, and Master Matoya continue to explore every possible avenue. Alas, their efforts have yet to bear fruit. So Wendy Williams vibe with this. How you doing? Huh? Wendy Williams? Oh, okay. She was a TV person. Yeah, I don't watch much TV. And I haven't watched much TV in a long time. No, I don't know. But also, that seems to be American TV, which I watch even less of, compared to, like, British. Like, the BBC is obviously known worldwide, but it's kind of... Yeah, so, like, you watched Ellen. I didn't watch Ellen, Dr. Phil, Oprah, any of that stuff. Like, I basically went from, like, Cartoon Network as a kid to YouTube quite quickly, and then watching anime online. So yeah, I haven't really watched TV in a long time. If I'm watching something, I'm gonna be like binging. It's like there's no point in me having like a TV package. We have one at the minute because Neff works for an internet provider over here, so we actually get like a discount basically. So it was the same price for us to get internet with a TV package as it would have been for us to just get internet without a TV package before the discount. But when she moves out, I'll just be keeping the internet, and instead of paying for TV on top of that, I'll just get a Netflix subscription or something. I've already got Disney Plus because I've needed animated films and things like that. Elemental might not have been the right choice, but I really like it. Yeah, I watched that the other day. But also there's a bunch of other stuff on Disney Plus now, because it's got the Star or whatever it is thing on there as well. So like at some point I'll probably rewatch and get caught up on American Horror Story, which was something that Neff introduced me to, and I quite enjoyed the season. I think we got up to like season 9 or 10. the one that's about we saw Apocalypse, which I think was season 8. And then 9 is the one that's about a writer. It's kind of like Alan Wake in the beginning, to be honest. Thinking about it. But yeah, it's about the writer that goes to the coastal town, and then I think there was something to do with like some sort of like vampire-esque immortality cult thing going on, but I don't remember. But all is not lost. You are still hale and whole after all, though I suspect you must be tired from your journey. You should rest, my friend. Leave the worrying to us, for the time being at least. Covenant Hotel were your fave. I enjoyed Hotel. I think Hotel may have been my favorite. Cult was weird. I didn't quite get Cult. I liked the Freak Show one. That was good. But Coven was good. I've liked most of them. I think the only one that I didn't like was Cult. I think that's the only one that I could watch it, but if there was any of them that I would potentially not watch again, I think it would be that one. But I forget if Cult has any, because like Apocalypse refers to some of the other seasons and stuff, and they end up all oh wait, no, there's Roanoke as well. I don't remember Roanoke that well. I think Cult I didn't like. I think I didn't like Cult more than I didn't like Roanoke. Just a thought, I could do a movie night on Discord with you. Yeah, that has been a thought. If people were interested in it, we could do like a watch party on Discord for something, and that could be fun. I think part of the issue is that I'm just an awkward fuck. Like, if we were gonna watch something, I think it would need to be like a really campy horror or like a stoner movie or something where we could just rip the shit out of it, like Harold and Kumar or Scary Movie or something like that. Because if I'm watching something that I actually want to watch, I tend to I'd be wanting to pause it anytime we said anything. Although I suppose we could just all be muted and just be watching it and then talking in the chat, which would probably not be too bad, but then also kind of loses a bit of the point. But yeah, that is an idea. I know that Patinga does something like that for anime in his friend group. They'll all watch episodes of anime together, which again I think is cute. But if I want to watch an anime, like I don't watch current anime. I wait until the series is over and then go and binge watch it. So like I'm 2 or 3 series behind on My Hero Academia, which is probably going to be something that I pick up on soon. But I just find like watching one episode a week, I forget what has happened week on week, and I'd rather just like watch 2 or 3 episodes, then another couple of days watch another 2 or 3, or watch like it's not necessarily about binge watching in like, oh, I'll watch them all in 2 days, but like, oh, I'll watch it whilst I'm having dinner for the week and I'll finish it within a week, because let's say there's 10 episodes and they're half an hour each. I'll watch them whilst I'm eating and it'll be gone in a week if it's a 12-part series. Anyway, we read that one. That was the end of the quest. So that is also the end of part 1 of patch 4.5. We are now into 4.56, which is legitimately the last 2 quests of Stormblood, post-Stormblood. Meanwhile, at the border of Ala Mhigo, going into the moon. Not yet. That's not this coming expansion, but the one after it involves the moon, I believe. God, he's a weird looking fuck. War. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. Say it again. But the armor's kind of cool. I don't think so. But I'm not a massive fan of the like Warhammer, World of Warcraft, like giant shoulder pads stuff. Like, it doesn't look terrible on Hoary Boulder here, because he's a Rogadin, he's a big guy anyway, so it kind of makes sense that he'd have big pauldrons, and like Roban, it kind of makes sense that he'd have big pauldrons. But the Imperials, the Emperor looks so fucking stupid, because it looks like they're compensating. It doesn't look like this is a person trying to show like their opulence, which is something that like they did in medieval days, where cloth and fabric was really expensive, and so you'd have excess fabric in your clothes, like long flowing sleeves and stuff like that. It just looks like, you know, oh, I'm important, so I'm going to wear these massive shoulder pads, so you know I'm a big deal. And it's all to distract from the fact that the reason they're trying to conquer everything is because they have a tiny peepee. After, yours is a welcome face indeed in these troubled times. Though if you've come to inquire about our stricken brothers and sisters, I'm afraid I have naught to report. Coltonet and the others continue their tireless search for answers, and I too have done all in my power to assist them. Alas. My apologies for the intrusion. I was told Master Alphino had been brought here, and I wished to see if his condition had improved. That was not who I thought it was. Maxima! That was definitely not who I thought it was going to be. I thought that was going to be Tataru. Mistress After, I've heard about the part you played in driving back the Empire's forces. Thank you. That you were able to stop them, if only for a short while, gives me hope. I realize how strange such words must sound coming from a Garlean's lips, but I speak them out of the love I bear for my homeland, because I wish to see an end to the bloodshed. That's why I chose to share all that I know with the Alliance. Though I'll surely be branded a traitor, I'm content to bear that ignominy. 'Twill seem a small price to pay if it helps to prevent this conflict from escalating any further. But enough of my prattling. The war's not what brought me all this way. I came to see Master Alphino. An acquaintance of After and Alphino, are you? Well, far be it from me to turn away good company. If you'll follow me, sir. I guess it's not that surprising that we would have a Garlean friend, given that we already have Cid and Nero. Although calling Nero a friend is maybe a push. When word reached me that Alphino had returned, it seemed only right that I visit him. Poor lad. It pains me to see him thus. I take solace in the knowledge that he is safe and well cared for. He fought valiantly at the burn. The Populares could not have wished for a more committed ally. I know not how he came to be so afflicted, but I pray a cure will be found soon. On an unrelated note, you may be interested to know that I travelled here in the company of another acquaintance of yours. He awaits my return at North Silvertier, and I'm certain he'd be glad to see you, assuming you can spare the time, that is. Why didn't he come here? That seems suspect. Whoa. So what? I presume we got a... Oh no, we didn't get a title from that, but we did get one from that, which is just Prelude in Violet. Okay. Because I think at the moment I'm using 0. Yeah. I kind of wish there was other easier ways to go through these, but there often isn't. Was it Liberator? One of the more recent ones that we got, maybe? Snake in the grass. My Anaconda. What was that? Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I've got quite a few bits, and we're not that far off getting the getting all of the crafters up to 100, and we're slowly well, I say slowly. By this rate, I'm gonna have all of the classes up to 98 before we finish Shadowbringers, because we're about to start it. Thid! I'd know that silhouette from anywhere. There you are. I was beginning to think you'd not come. What's up, Cid? I'm surprised we've not enlisted your help with what's going on. Because if we've determined that it's not ethereological, which basically just means magical, then perhaps there's something that Cid could do to work out what's going on. Sounds like you've been through the mill. You should have called me. Should have called him. Though I must confess, tracking down missing souls isn't exactly within my field of expertise. As you may have surmised, I heard much of Master Garland growing up in Garlemald. Indeed, he has long been a source of inspiration to me. Most Garleans would say he's a traitor, that he turned his back on his country. We of the Populares, however, consider him a revolutionary, a man willing to defy the Empire's dreams of subjugation, that his inventions might bring about a better future for all mankind. Please, revolutionary is a term best reserved for my work. I'm but an imperial defector who thought to aid another imperial defector. Whatever Master Garland says, I'm humbled to find myself in such distinguished company. Speaking of distinguished company, we heard from Rauban that you ran into an old friend in the burn. Is it true? Gaius still lives? Like most in the army, I never had the privilege of seeing the legatus without his mask. To think I walked halfway across the burn in the presence of the Black Wolf. And he claimed to have severed ties with the Empire to hunt Ascians, did he? After his humbling at the Praetorium, one would think he'd have the good sense to stay dead. Should we meet again, I should be sure to tell him so. Commander Alden also spoke of the Alliance's meeting with the Emperor, though I still labour to believe what he told us. Did his Radiance really claim that Garlemald was founded by the Ascians? But that is madness. The very notion's absurd. Every fibre of my being rails against it. And yet I see there is no escaping the truth. From the very founding of my homeland, my brothers and sisters have laid down their lives in service to a lie. The Ascians must be stopped. To save my people. To save all peoples. For all the Empire's many crimes, even I did not suspect. Had I known, I would have left a lot sooner. But that's in the past. Here in the present, we must apply ourselves to the problem of how the Empire's ambitions may be thwarted. Not only in Eorzea, but in the Far East as well. The Ironworks will spare no effort to achieve that end. Seryu's wall was a good start, but we can do more. And we will. We'll show them what it means to achieve freedom through technology. Begging your pardons, I bear a message for the Warrior of Light. Commander Alden requests your presence at Alliance headquarters in Ala Mhigo. He'd discuss matters of strategy at your earliest convenience. Ah yes, the inevitable messenger. Knew it wouldn't be long before duty called you away. Time, no doubt, being of the essence, could I tempt you to a ride aboard the Excelsior? If there's a faster way to Rauban's side, I'll personally apologise to the commander for keeping him waiting. I do love Cid. I swear, every time you board my airship, you seem to be barreling headlong into danger. And every time, you somehow contrive to emerge victorious. Which, of course, is an admirable skill. But no one's invincible. Not even you. So please, take care of yourself out there. I pray you remain safe on the front lines. Though ill-equipped to join the fray, I shall do all I can to assist from headquarters. My colleagues and I have been tasked with evacuating casualties by air. See that you aren't among them, eh? Commander Alden's waiting, milady. It would be best if we proceeded to the headquarters. Okay, I'm gonna have to fight something? Oh, I just realized I've been on the wrong class. Whoops. You're here. Good. Summon you to discuss strategy. But first, I would apprise you of the Garlean's movements. Let's do it.
There have been several skirmishes along the border, but as yet neither side has delivered a decisive blow. We had long assumed that the Garleans would overwhelm us in a straight fight, but we seem to be gaining ground, albeit slowly. As to why that might be, the most likely explanation is that they have yet to commit all their forces. Still, we're winning, and our latest intelligence suggests the Emperor has retreated back to Garlemald. In light of this, we're considering launching an offensive with the aim of pushing the front line forward and giving ourselves some room to breathe.
Commander! The Imperials! They've broken through our defenses to the east!
What?
Our scouts say their forces are being led by Lord Zenos. Lord Heian and Commander Hext have taken their troops to provide support, but we don't know how long they can hold out.
So, they've been biding their time, waiting for his arrival, have they? Very well. Send word to our allies, requesting reinforcements for the front line. Should the worst come to the worst, I may need to enter the fray myself. But what of you? Do you still have the strength to fight?
You'd only say the word.
Much obliged. Given the choice, I'd take you over 100 soldiers.
Why won't they open? Please, I bid you open.
What's wrong? Is it the voice again?
The voices.
Are you sure you're in a fit state to do this? May Ralga grant us strength. Give 'em hell, lass. I, for my part, will defend this place to my dying breath.
Meanwhile, at the border of Ala Mhigo, okay. Oh. Okay. Let's go.
Ready?
It always takes a second to get used to who you're playing as when it changes who you're playing as. Because the controls aren't the same as if it was a player character.
This one's for you, Ada.
I don't need to know how much health I have. Uh-oh. Are those targetable? This could be going better. Lise, no!
The weave of a shinobi's power. The art of my forebears.
She's LB3ing 4 times? At least I can't fall. True. True. Oh, I see. Yeah, we're just holding our ground until the Warrior of Light arrives. I kind of missed that, huh? Okay, we should be here. I don't see myself. Where am I? That's... But Garleans can't use magic. Yugiri! I mean, we know he's an Eorzean, but still. Shit.
Magic with a Garlean body. That's hardly fair. Still, he must be stopped, no matter the cost.
Don't worry. I'm here. Just stare at my ass, and I'll get it all done.
Ah, bringer of light. It has been too long.
That means that we've met this Eorzean before.
No words to mark our reunion? So be it. Equilibrium must be restored, and only your death will redress the balance.
So the need for equilibrium does kind of make sense, given what we know of like a world that is succumbs to darkness, became the void, which is effectively hell. So yeah, the balance is important. Do you think there's ways of going about it? Oh, it's him Z something. Yes. Zenos, the one we've all been talking about. Double shit. Wait, what the fuck are you doing? Oh no. Get rid of that. Have we grown so powerful in the game? I don't know. I just do things. This isn't even me at my most powerful. Oh, okay. Nabrialis. Style. Okay, yeah, and those give me Vuln stats. This is a situation where it kind of sucks to be melee. Don't know why I'm bothering to try positionals. But I know they won't work. He has a full circle around him, which means positionals don't do anything. And good night, Sweet Prince. Again. Hopefully not again. Yeah, should have seen that coming.
Your mother chose her champion well. Yet, for all your strength, you will still fail.
So I'm starting to think that Garleans...
I beseech you.
Might be some form of, like, homunculi.
Ah, someone calls to you. Too late, alas.
Welcome to Kingdom Hearts. Jesus Christ, it actually could be Kingdom Hearts.
At last, I found you.
Hello.
Please, there's no cause for alarm. Though, I confess, this is not where I had intended to meet. But the place of our meeting is of no consequence, like the war you wage. Win or lose, the path you walk leads only to oblivion. The better path leads you here, to me. I have need of your strength.
Who are you? Can't you tell it's clearly Riku?
I'm afraid such questions will have to wait. We have precious little time, and your work is not yet done. Go to the Crystal Tower. I have left something for you near its base. It will serve as a beacon of sorts, one which I pray will help you on your journey. All you need do is find it. I will take care of the rest. Soon, we will throw wide the gates. And the path to the first will be yours to walk at last.
Moon Daddy? I mean, I suppose he's the closest thing so far to Moon Daddy. On a right? No. Maybe? No, that wasn't on a right. Did appear Ishgardian though, so what the fuck am I doing in Ishgard?
You're awake. Thank heavens.
What the fuck happened?
Do you recall the confrontation with Zenos? You were the first to come to the aid of Mistress Lys and the others on the front line.
Yes. But then what?
In the midst of your duel, it is said you faltered, and that the Crown Prince seized the opportunity to deliver a mortal blow. Yet before his blade could find its mark, he was distracted by the arrival of a second adversary who bore you away from the battlefield and into the hands of our chirurgeons. Lest you wonder, he left before you awoke. As is his wont. Estinian never was one for emotional farewells.
What the fuck was he doing there?
Though Zenos bested all before him, the battle clearly took its toll, for he retreated shortly after your rescue. Seeing this, the remaining Imperial forces decided discretion was the better part of valor and pulled back, allowing us to re-establish our position. We have since received word of renewed unrest in the provinces, doubtless inspired by the efforts of the Eorzean alliance and our Far Eastern allies. Nor does the good news end there. We have also come into possession of intelligence suggesting unrest within the imperial court. This would certainly explain why both the Emperor and Lord Zenos appear to have abandoned the fight. A long-awaited ray of hope in these dark times.
What if Alize, I want to know, especially. Is she alright? She's gone through a fucking lot.
Yet to awake, I'm afraid. But please, concentrate on your own recovery for now. You have carried the hopes of some half-dozen nations, and we are all eternally grateful for your efforts. But no one is without their limits, not even you. Leave this fight to us, my friend. You have earned your rest. But before I forget, I was asked to deliver a message as soon as you awoke. A reminder that you are not alone, though many of your allies have fallen. When you are well and rested, you are to return home, where friends will be waiting for you. Now, if you will excuse me, I must return to the front. May we meet again soon, under happier circumstances.
Well, this is a most unexpected surprise. I thought you confined to bed. When I heard that you'd collapsed on the battlefield, I confess I feared the worst. With you standing here before me, I see now that the reports of your defeat were greatly exaggerated. The fury. It's our not dad. As long as we have you, Mistress Bunn, history suggests we have a fighting chance. Speaking of fighting, you may be surprised to hear the war's effects can already be felt even here in Ishgard. In anticipation of a need for reinforcements, Sartoriel will soon be departing for the front lines with a contingent of our finest knights. I would advise you to stay until your strength has returned, but I know it would be an exercise in futility. Indeed, I suspect you have already decided on your next destination. Dark days lie ahead, of that I have no doubt. The light of hope shall ever guide our steps, so long as we have the will to press forward. Press onward, even. And press onward we must. Farewell, my friend. I pray our next meeting will be under happier circumstances. Oh, okay, I need to go to the Rising Stones. But I was in Ala Mhigo, right? I pass out, and I get brought to Ishgard. That seems like a bit of an odd choice. Geographically? I mean, I suppose Ala Mhigo and Kurthus both share a border with Gridania, so I guess it's not that far, but it still seems a bit of a... Feels like it would have been easier to take me to Ala Mhigo or Gridania.
By the 12! I don't believe it!
Hey, Tataru. Oh.
I rushed back as soon as I could. I swear, my heart nearly stopped when I heard you'd collapse like the others. What in heaven's name is going on? Win or lose, the path you walk leads only to oblivion. Oh, well, that's helpful.
Not wrong, then.
And what else did he say? The better path leads to him?
I mean, he would say that, wouldn't he? Men.
If his is the voice you've all been hearing, perhaps the others are with him. Sir Emmerich said the fighting had reached a stalemate, didn't he? But if that monster masquerading as Zenos comes back... Thancred, Yestola, Eorzean, Alphino, Alize. You're going to need all of them on your side to defeat him.
True.
And I forbid you from going to face him on your own. Do you hear me?
I love her.
So if you must leave, go and find the others. Bring them home. As for where to start, you said the stranger had left a beacon for you at the Crystal Tower, right? But how are you to find it, now that the tower has been sealed shut?
Didn't say in it. Just
There has to be a way.
at it.
If anyone would know, it's Sid and the researchers of St. Coinac's find. Don't you worry, we'll find that beacon for you.
Not sure I recognize some of the people there. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace... Oh, the twins aren't dead.
I pray you have good reason for abandoning the front.
How could I remain there while the rumor that my son is possessed by a demon spreads like a sickness here at home? I will not be made to fight for the throne a second time.
Good job, Thancred.
Did you not tell me you would destroy Eorzean's champion with the ease that one might swat a fly?
A minor setback. She will not escape me again.
How did we escape you, though?
Where is your grandsire? I would have words with him.
How should I know? Do you hide from each other's sight as well? I imagine he's doing what all Ascians do.
He must have found a way to take advantage of this turmoil.
Men are not pawns to be played with, Ascian. You underestimate us at your peril. This war will not be decided by you and yours. Man must choose his own fate, and I, for my part, will do all within my power to see Garlemald emerge victorious.
We still don't know which Ascian is in Zenos' body. It's presumably one we've come across before. So would that mean that it's Elidibus?
Pray forgive the intrusion, Your Radiance, but the requested preparations are now complete. We stand ready to begin production of Black Rose upon your order.
To be fair, actually, I think, didn't they say it was Elidibus? Because Solus talks about the emissary. That was a face. Is that... I think that may have been the end of... Yeah, okay, that's the end of Post-Stormblood. So, I don't really know how it is that we managed to come out of that interact... Ooh, that's a good bit of art. I like that. That's reminiscent of the artwork that you'd get in manuals when you used to get manuals with games. Like that's what I would have hoped to have found on the page that's describing Lys's backstory. That doesn't quite look like Heian. The face doesn't quite... I think that the jaw, the chin, is more angular, at least from this angle. Whereas Heian, I think, isn't it more rounded? But yeah, also that doesn't quite look... Like, you know that it is Yugiri, but it doesn't quite... It almost looks like someone cosplaying as her. Especially in this case, because obviously there's no, like, scars and stuff. Okay. That's Gosetsu. I guess it might just be the difference in art style. Because that is clearly Gosetsu, but it just doesn't look... It's like 1 degree off. It's not quite Uncanny Valley. Whereas that, I mean, that does look like a young version of her, but that does look like Eorzean. But that does almost look like a teenage version. Like, she looks tiny. Yeah, they look young as well. Like, they look like they could be 14 there. They've done very, very good on the hair, though. Like, the hair is spot on, but there's the faces that they look like they're just ever so slightly not right. Lys did seem like it was the best one. But anyway, yeah, that was Num 2. Okay. Let's go. As much as I would normally sit through credits and stuff, like, no. I need to finish up stream and sort out some dinner and stuff. Knew you'd be alright. And to celebrate your return, I made you this. A brand new traveling outfit. Oh, I do hope it fits. From memory, I actually think that this set has some use as glam. But now's not the time to fuss over your measurements. I must go and speak with the researchers of St. Koinek's Find. You go and rest while we track down that beacon. Oh yeah, you. Are those Allagan eyes?
My enemy. My friend. Had I been but a step faster.
He talks like Zenos.
Bloody savages!
And that's the move that Zenos does. His preferred move.
A pity your hunt leads you elsewhere. Not that I am surprised. May you find joy in it. Grow stronger, more savage, and savor every triumph. In the meantime, I will reclaim that which is rightfully mine.
In the midst of a requiem for heroes, a voice rings out across time and space. In fields of tranquil light, sow you seeds of darkness. Whoop whoop. Yeah, that is truly... Yeah, okay. I expected that. There you go. That is the set that we just got. Which, yeah, is pretty cool. And it's dual dye. Okay, so I can change the, like, outer color and the inner color separately. Kinda like that. Not sure it's worth it for what I would want, but... yeah. What about the boot? Never mind. What about the boots? Okay, now that. Ooh. Yeah, I kind of prefer it without all the detailing. But yeah, then having the red, that might be good. Those might have a use. As always, shame that we can't see the helmet, but it is what it is. But I think that's going to be where I call it for today. Because, like I say, I need to go and make some, well, heat up some food and stuff. But I believe there should be a stream tomorrow. Because they all meet up in the evening, so I could stream during the day. Yeah. So there'll probably be a stream earlier on. Probably don't know when I'd finish it. Depends how long I think I need to get ready. I suppose if I was to shower and stuff before streaming. If I just... yeah. So we might stream until like 5, half 5 or something like that tomorrow. So it'll be like a reverse of what I normally do, where I'll be streaming during the day because I'm off from work for this week. But then in the evening, I have plans this time. Going to a mental health group for Andy's Man Club, or Andy's Man Club. So yeah, hopefully that'll go well and help with everything that's going on. And who knows, maybe I can meet some people that are closer to my own age. We'll find out. Yeah, this has been good. Not undies, Andy. Like Andrew. Yeah, this has been good, and what I'll probably do, the next Final Fantasy stream that we do, is do the Dancer and Gunbreaker job quests. Because I don't believe we've done any of those yet. So we can do those up to 70. And then unlock Shadowbringers. Although there are still, depending on how long stuff takes, if we don't have much time left, like in the stream where we do job quests, I might start unlocking the optional quests from Stormblood, because there's quite a few of those that we've not unlocked yet. So I could unlock them and run through them unsynced as summoner, and just to see all the different dungeons, because that shouldn't take too long. They take about 15 minutes to clear. So we could do, if we've only got like half an hour left of a stream, there's not much point in starting the new expansion, basically, is the way that I'm thinking about it. But yeah, thank you very much for watching, and I'll catch you in the next one. Later.